we got a link to share. I'll put my headphones in as well, actually.
That would be great, yeah.
Make sure you can hear, Callum.
I think we might be up.
I think we are.
Right, let's get this out.
Yes, can someone send me a link? No.
Yeah, I can.
Cool. Are you hearing me through my headphones as well? Is it
Yes,
changed? Yeah,
I am hearing you through your headphones.
Cool.
Well, can you two get Audacity going as well? Because
Yeah.
you know, help your editor out.
Yeah, you
Got a
know.
link to share. Link is in chat. Right. I should probably start doing this as a host. I don't know. We are live.
That is your job, Chris.
We are live.
Oh, my computer's freaking out big time. Oh no, I'm all right now.
I've sent you the link, boy.
Sweet. Oh, am I going to be able to see myself on YouTube now? I don't want to do that.
I'm gonna have to.
Sweet.
I would really.
I don't need to have.
myself.
We don't need to have YouTube open, do we? We really don't need to have.
Oh, we've
that
got
open.
7 watching now, so I think we have to go live, gentlemen.
One second, let me just share,
those
the
who
link
are-
quickly then.
For those who are here, welcome to a special live transfer deadline day edition of the Knees Up Mother Brown podcast. That will come in a few minutes after I'm ready, so it's going to be brilliant for the people who get a little bit of chat first before they get the podcast beginning.
Getting a window into the pre-pod meetings here. This is VIP access. This is what it usually looks like. It's me and Cal furiously typing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get this link out quickly.
What this will excellently be is for those who listen week on week, they will soon find out how well Jack does in the production after the podcast, because what you're getting is raw and unedited Chris Wilkerson producing live. Welcome to the Knees Up Mother Brown
100%.
West Ham podcast live transfer deadline day special. I am joined, as always, by my 2 co-hosts. Leaning out of his car window to have a chat is Callum Goodall. Good evening, Callum.
Hey guys.
Waiting in QPR's car park for his move is Jack Elderton. Good evening, Jack.
Why am I the Peter Odemwingie in this
Someone
situation?
has to be Peter. I mean, you could be Harry Redknapp, and for many people, that's far, far worse. So,
Fair enough.
That's true.
if you have
I'll
to
be
be one of
Peter.
the 2,
I'm not complaining anymore.
I do like that we have had our Peter Odemwingie of the day, and it's kind of a little bit upmarket. We've moved on from the days of driving from, was it Stoke to QPR? Now we had Aubameyang flying from London to Barcelona for no reason. Oh, the travails of big money players. With little business to talk about today, we're going to. And to be honest with you, I don't want to just sit here and talk about the misery of doing nothing of a window. So we'll look at the news we have had to discuss. What the news and the rumours have told us, even if they haven't come to any sort of fruition. So we'll look at the bid for Darwin Nunez and kind of the profile of him, what that shows, what the money behind it shows, unless you are in the camp who might believe it was all a bit of razzle-dazzle, as the old saying goes with David Sullivan. But yeah, where it comes from, what we would have got as well on that, what we would have got, it does already feel a little bit sad. We'll also look at kind of what a good window would have been, what these 2 boys with their transfer specialist knowledge would have done. And then we'll kind of use what this January has been, what's happening so far as well, to look at what we may do and what we might need to do in the summer too. So, you know, nothing's happened, but we'll still find a way to fill about 45 minutes or an hour of your day that will be at least better than Jim White in his yellow tie. I mean, I've dressed up for transfer deadline day. I know the season. I'm wearing my festive gear. It's bright yellow. You two. But to be fair,
I wear
you
this
both,
every week.
actually, how you do look at, you kind of dress like Peter Odemwingie would. So maybe I should have switched that around, because actually Jack's got a little bit of a young Harry Redknapp's hairstyle going on as well. So I've got them the wrong way around.
For those of you, hold on. For those of you listening on Spotify or just the audio of us right now, Chris is in a luminous yellow Napoli top doing his best Jim White yellow tie impression, and Cal's in a beanie and a grey hoodie as per, and I'm also all dressed in black as per. So
I nearly tried my best Jim White impression there, and it's one of
I heard your Irish
the,
accent earlier. I don't want to see any more impressions from you.
one of the rare good decisions I've ever made when speaking live was not to try that accent, I think. Good evening, David O'Rourke, who has joined us on YouTube and just said hello. It's nice, isn't it? We can actually interact with people.
Yeah, this is fun.
Yeah, I mean, they won't enjoy it. They'll soon realise just quite how annoying I can be. So Darwin Nunez, he was your last of 31 articles, transfer articles, and do check those out if you want to depress yourself further. 31 players we realistically could have signed, and all analysed statistically and kind of tactically as well, and how they would have fit and rated by the two boys. So Darwin Nunez, Benfica. Uruguayan striker compared to Edison Cavani. Realistically, is he the kind of player you'd like to have gone for? You're happy that we were linked to? Would he have worked, Jack?
I think it's an interesting link. He wouldn't have been top of my list for forwards, but he's certainly a massive prospect. I think we speak at the end of the article really about the price and just prices coming out of the Portuguese league. Cal mentioned to me earlier when we were writing about Fabio Silva and his transfer to Wolves and the hugely inflated price tag there, and the amount of money that's spent really on potential that comes out of that league. Similar with the Eredivisie, but usually you find with the Eredivisie that the prices are generally fairer. I think Portuguese league, slapping sort of 30 million on players who could be really good in the future is a massive amount of money, especially for a team like West Ham to spend on someone. But in terms of where he is right now, he still could definitely make an impact. He's already made an impact for Benfica in the Champions League. He's had a very good season so far this season. We did have to remove 3 goals from his total on finding out that 3 of them had come against Belenenses when Belenenses were only able to field 9 players.
That wonderful game, yeah.
But no, he's had a very, very good season. And actually, one of the key things that we've looked for in strikers that we've really liked is that kind of flexibility to be able to play across the front 3 or on the wing and up front. And one of the things that was really interesting that we've sort of started to look at the end of the window when we started to go really in depth on some players and in a different way, because the bids seemed more real than at the start of the window, is the percentages by which players are receiving in certain areas. And Nunez's one was really interesting in terms of being able to receive on both flanks, similar to Antonio. He's much more left heavy than Antonio, but I think that will be somewhat skewed by the fact that he does get played at left wing. I did filter out games that he started at left wing, but he does play there sometimes. So no, flexible across the front 3, excellent player, having an excellent season, would have made an impact, would have potentially turned into a brilliant player in the future, but some major questions over the price tag, really.
What were your thoughts on that, Cal?
Yeah, pretty much exactly the same. I think he's someone that's kind of been on my radar. I think I wrote about him in the summer when Brighton were linked with him. They're another club that we know have been looking for that elusive striker for however long. And he showed that form last season towards the end of it, and he maintained it throughout the course of this season so far. So it's no surprise that he's caught the eye of many a top club. I think, he probably would have been a good stylistic fit for all the reasons that Jack said, and physically as well. Like, I think when I first watched him, I was actually surprised at how big he was, just because I kind of assumed that, South American high scorer in the Portuguese league, probably some like diminutive rapid forward, but he's actually a pretty big unit. He's 6'2", but also quite pacey, which I think bodes well in the sense of what we've had with Antonio is quite a big, like, strong forward that's also very mobile. And I think bringing in someone who kind of ticks those boxes too would be really good, because it means that we wouldn't necessarily have to change our system when Antonio were to come off, or if Nunez was to start ahead of Antonio. I think he could fit in. And also the other thing we highlighted as being quite important was, and quite surprising actually given the frequency, but the number of progressive runs and like his ball carrying ability on the counter. It was quite obvious against Barcelona. They'd hit them on the counter quite frequently, and I think across the course of the 2 games he had 9 progressive runs, which is a really impressive number. It was 4 in one and 5 in the other. And Barcelona probably aren't the best barometer of a quality performance this season, because particularly at the time they played, they were in absolute dire straits. But I think a lot of the question marks, rightly, regarding Nunez would be the quality of the opposition that he's recording these numbers against in Portugal. He's not scored against Sporting Lisbon or Porto in the 2 seasons he's been there. But he kind of balances that by showing in the Champions League that he can perform well against elite clubs. He scored against Bayern as well. I mean, they did lose, but you're still playing against a really elite defense. So to be able to even get anything out of that situation bodes well. And like you say, he's only 22. Like, I think the main problem for me was just the money. Like, we need more than just one striker, and to all of a sudden kind of after a pretty quiet window just go, oh, hey, look, here's a crazy, ridiculous bid that we'll pay for you at the last minute because we're desperate, even though we also still need a centre back and arguably a left back. It just didn't really seem the most sensible approach to transfers. But I mean, we've come to expect that at this point, I think.
A most sensible approach to transfers and West Ham, all in one comparative sentence. Evening Stewart, who said he's depressed too, and so he's come to the right place, because as a host, I generally have a depressing and depressed host when it comes to talking about West Ham. So we're comparing to Antonio, and every striker we're going to have is going to compare to Antonio, Jack, aren't they? And we have no other, so there's no one else to really go with. And where you're looking at how Mike plays, and then what Nunez would bring, does that fit for you?
Yeah, I think there are some similarities. I think where you would find Antonio, particularly when Antonio comes into central areas and receives in central areas, he's much more comfortable receiving on the last line and spinning. Something he's quite happy doing is using his body against the centre back in a sort of direct 1v1 where he'll put his arms out, shield the ball, and then try and spin one way or the other, often really spinning to his right, so he goes around the outside down the left flank of a centre back. That's not so much Nunez's style. Nunez will prefer to take a quick run into a deeper area to create a gap between himself and the centre back, so he can receive and then turn using his quick close control rather than using his physicality to achieve basically the same thing. But I suppose what that means is then a benefit, I guess, of what Nunez does a little bit more than what Antonio does is that it opens the space for wingers to attack the space when the centre back has to step up. And that's something that he does quite effectively for Benfica. So dropping in very quickly, he's really quick actually across the first 5 yards. So it pulls the centre back a little bit slower, and then someone can attack the space in behind him. So that's something a little bit different. And then the other thing that he does is also pulling out wide and then making these sort of diagonal runs into the centre to try and get in behind the defence, which again isn't something that Antonio really does. Antonio will prefer to spin from centre to outside and receive passes that way. One of the things that I think works with Antonio in that sense is that he fits in terms of our distribution from deep. So players like Cresswell, Soufal, the same on the other side, Rice to some extent as well, all very comfortable playing balls into the channel on the outside of centre backs. Not quite so confident in our distribution from deep in terms of hitting diagonals that really threaten into central areas. Not something I've really seen from Cresswell, not something I've really seen from Soufal, and certainly not something we've really seen from Rice yet, which is most people, that's the major criticism of Rice really, is that his actual central threat from passing isn't massive, and whether we would be able to get as much out of Nunez as Benfica have been able to get out of him when it comes to that kind of movement on the last line, I'm not entirely sure.
We've got more comments coming in. Other than I will take the chance to speak some praise. Thank you for your brilliant podcasts. Now for the autopsy. I quite like this being called the autopsy. Another one's, we're not signing anyone. Why even bother to make a transfer show? And frankly, we kind of assumed we were going to be signing someone, and we had this planned. I mean, I can't force anything to happen. I'm sorry.
No, Chris, this is purely whimsical. We were just sat in our various rooms and went, you know what, we fancy going live. There's
nothing I want more than to talk about no transfers for an hour on YouTube. I've got another one. Thomas Heaps asking us to sign Eddie Nketiah. That's got to be a no from me. Whilst we've got a suggestion, what thoughts on Nketiah from either of you?
It's a no from me as well, I'm afraid. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I think Nketiah was like my firmest no from the very beginning of the window. Sort of a perfect example of the exact player I didn't want us to sign. Stylistically, not a good fit at all.
That's one follower lost then.
not the kind of man you'd want to put money on to score you goals across the season for sure then. In terms of Nunez being out, he's played on the wing, and I think I've seen he's played kind of behind the strike as well. Does it look like we're trying to sign players who can play those kind of multiple roles in our system? I've saw we had links to Rafinha as well, who would have kind of slotted into a number of positions. Do you kind of Is that an approach you would get behind? Kind of a sort of striker that maybe can join in, so they're not coming in and replacing Antonio. Maybe they're playing in different areas with him.
Yeah, I definitely would. I think it's a trend we've seen with Moyes as well since he's been here. Like he values versatility really highly in every position, not just up top. And I think it kind of is linked to his tendency to, or his preference rather, to have a small squad, because he doesn't want to manage too many egos. And if you have players that can play across multiple positions, then you don't have to have a squad of 25, 26 people. You can limit it to 21, 22. Obviously the problems then start to come when you face fitness issues and you're like, actually, we probably should have had an extra man to cover, which we've obviously found in recent weeks, having to endure Diop and Dawson at the back. But no, yeah, I think it's something we probably should expect to see going forward as well. Although it sounds a bit weird to say that, given that whether we should expect to see us ever sign an attacker, I'm not sure. But yeah, it seems definitely a tactical decision. And I think it brings the best out of all the attackers as well. If you have a more fluid, like dynamic front 3, 4, with Bowen, Fornals, Benrahma, whoever it is that's picked, it's the emphasis isn't just on Antonio to score the goals then. And we've seen that this season spread across the whole attack. Bowen being the most obvious example in recent weeks, but we saw Benrahma start the season really prolifically.
We've been linked to kind of, obviously in this season you get linked to many players. Are you happy? It's going to be difficult. When I say, are you happy that we've done nothing rather than doing a lot of bad business? I guess. Are we happy that we've tried the bigger things and we haven't brought in the punts? Or, I mean, how frustrating can you go from zero to? Is anything better than zero, basically?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are better than zero. I get the point you're making.
Anything which is in a different term. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm glad that we haven't just spent loads of money on targets that wouldn't necessarily have improved us. I think some of the prioritization was sensible in the window. I do generally like the fact that we take more time over picking targets now. A lot of people find it very frustrating, but I think one of the key issues with West Ham over the 2-3 years beforehand was not really taking enough time over looking at who you would sign. I particularly would look at the first window when we moved to the new stadium and the raft of players that we brought in that did absolutely nothing to help us whatsoever. Gokhan Toure, Jonathan Chieri, all these players that were available, and there were reasons to sign them. They weren't just completely random targets, but I don't think that I don't think we really did our due diligence in terms of of scouting them and working out whether they would actually really add anything significant to the squad. So I do prefer the kind of slower style of recruitment, and I actually prefer the fact that we do most of our business in the summer and tend not to be too active in the January window. I think the January window can be a really difficult time to actually get value for money, particularly when you're in the kind of area of the league that we're in. And also I think where we are right now, it's not really a catastrophe if we finish in the Europa Conference League or the Europa League rather than the Champions League. I know it would be brilliant if we could push for Champions League, but the potential for that to go wrong if you spend lots of money on the wrong targets and then spend several years trying to recover from that is much worse than a top 10 finish and stable and sustainable development of the squad. I know that's a very controversial opinion, but that's genuinely how I feel about recruitment at the moment. And I think generally I like the idea that we seem to, I think a lot of people would have it that we didn't know what we were doing throughout this window. I think that we seem to have clear targets at the start of the window, and the answers were very clear on all of them, that they were all available in the summer and not in January. I think Lloyd Kelly was a very realistic target, someone that we were genuinely very interested in. I think Jesse Lingard was a very realistic target and someone that we were very genuinely interested in. And again, I feel with both of those players that they've not been made available by their clubs and that we've been told to wait till the summer. And I don't necessarily dislike the idea, okay, let's wait till the summer and get the players that we do actually really want. It doesn't mean that there weren't players available, there weren't alternatives available that would have been able to do a similar job. And that's where it comes down to sort of Moyes' inflexibility in recruitment, which is a major criticism of him and always has been throughout his whole career. I do really wish that we would sometimes resort to plan B earlier than the 31st day of the window. But, plan A has been good so far. Plan A has been really, really good so far. So I think it's important to praise that. It's been a development on recruitment from where it was beforehand.
You have, say, your options were Nat Phillips. They were a cheap South American punter striker. I can't think of a name. All I can think of is your Jonathan Cleary types, your kind of weird loans we got in before. Are you happier, Cal, that we've sat and kind of ignored that Moyes is staying strong on what used to be the manager looks for players and then David Sullivan tries to bring players in?
Yeah, I feel really split about this, really. I think I agree generally with what Jack's saying about this new approach towards transfers. I think it obviously pays wonders to take your time and make sure that every player you bring in is the right fit. And so far, since Moyes' return, that has been the case. And I think there's not any transfers that I would look back on and go, actually, that was a bad move, to be honest. Even the likes of Dawson, is not the most exciting deal, but for value and what he's come in and offered to the team, I can't fault it at all. The flip side is that I think there was a lot of expectation upon the arrival of Rob Newman from Man City, who was supposed to come in, take some of the weight off Moyes' shoulders in terms of recruitment. And I think questions rightly will be asked about why we have been unable to secure anyone at all, given how desperate a situation we were in, at least right at the start of the window, when we were losing points simply because we didn't have the players. The amount of points we've lost because of Creswell's absence, or because we've had to just play Diop because we don't have another centre-back. I think you have to strike a balance between the sort of sustainable model, and then there has to be room for some sort of reflexive purchases as well, where you're responding to a situation. And I mean, the best time an injury crisis can happen is surely during the January transfer window, when you're allowed to fix it. Like a transfer injury crisis is horrible in the middle of the season, where your options are so limited because you can't go out and find replacements. But we had that option and we've just chosen not to exercise it. And I think I get what Jack was saying about, we clearly had some obvious targets at the start of the window, and I understand why they weren't available. But I think we probably, sometimes you just have to go, oh, well, I'm not going to get my first choice centre back or first choice striker, but there isn't just one good left-footed centre back out there that was available. Like Chiletta Sarr was supposedly available, and I mean, obviously don't just go out and buy players for the sake of it. That's mistakes that we've made in the past. But I believe that Chiletta Sarr, whether he's the first choice centre back or not, it offers a massive improvement on Diop. And Ogbonna's not going to be back until the summer. So not signing him means that we now have to endure with subpar performances from Diop for the rest of the season, or play Zuma at left centre back out of his favoured position because he's right-footed and prefers to play where Dawson will be. So it's just frustrating, I think, because I don't think there was no options. I think the first choice options weren't there, and that's fine. And I think another criticism that has to be put to Moyes, I think, and we'll probably see this as we go on, is that yes, we brought in a head of recruitment, but that doesn't really mean much if Moyes doesn't feel comfortable giving that power away. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can have a head of recruitment and he's going to recommend players, but Moyes is ultimately still going to do the same amount of scouting as he always does with any player, because he needs to know for absolute certainty, rather than just Rob Newman's word, that this player is good enough. And I think that stubbornness could, and probably has, come to bite us in this window.
Before I move away, we've got an interesting comment from Theo on live watching along with us. He said he thinks Nunez would really annoy West Ham with his poor passing. Everyone gets so pissed off with Antonio and his bad short passing, but Nunez is just as bad. Conversion rate is tasty though. Is that, sorry, you Steve, for what you've looked at, other than, I love anything that's described as tasty. His passing, is he almost too much like Antonio in that he's not particularly accurate with it?
Yeah, he's actually got a worse pass completion rate this season than Antonio by about 2.5%. And if you think how many times, I mean, me especially, I'm sure I've talked countlessly on this podcast about how poor Antonio's passing has been. So to bring in a striker, I mean, anyone you bring in is meant to offer an improvement, right? And probably the most obvious place to improve on Antonio's game is that passing and that security in possession. And as good as Nunez would be in certain areas, which we've highlighted, I think that Theo is right to point out that that passing is a weakness of his. And it's happening in a league that arguably he probably has more time on the ball, and the opposition that he's facing are not as good. So if he comes to the Premier League, I wouldn't expect to see that pass completion rate go up. If anything, I'd expect to see it go down. And if it goes down any further, then that ain't going to be pretty.
He tries a lot of sort of fancy tricks and flicks and back heels and all that stuff, and I think that does drag his pass completion rate down a bit. It's interesting, really, with the Nunez link, and Theo's exactly right. When you look for players, you kind of create a bit of a filter in terms of the data you're looking at, and one of the things that I just would always have as a striker when I'm looking as a non-negotiable would be to have at least the same passing accuracy as Antonio. So Nunez has never come up for me because he's always sailing slightly below Antonio's pass completion rate. So no, spot on. It's the weakest area of his game, and I think people would find it genuinely infuriating.
What I am enjoying is that Eastside Views is more depressed about this club than I am, and that takes a lot. Kind of, we've had relegation battle coming soon. Bye Rice and Moyes out in there, and I mean, it might. I don't want to be. It might be time just a little walk outside, just calm. They are just transfers, and it's not great, and we should have done more. And I think you two have got the analytics brace. You're looking at as kind of a pure, you run-of-the-mill fan, as I'd like to put myself. I'm a man of the people, maybe I'm suggesting myself right now, which is horrible for every West Ham fan who has to hear that sentence. But the frustration's there because you can see the weaknesses. And that's the interesting thing about this squad. It doesn't look difficult in a way, because some of the weaknesses are kind of glaringly obvious. You can see there's really tired players. We had a really bad run where we've got our best distributor from the back generally as Ogbonna, or at least in that central defence area anyway, is kind of now not there, and we haven't replaced them, even though that was 8th of November, and it seemed at the time like we were definitely going to move, and that was before Zuma's injury. There's a lot depending on Zuma staying fit, and fingers crossed these things shouldn't reoccur, but they could. Cresswell is older. His weaknesses have been slightly shown in his comeback as well. He's had such a good run that some of his defensive problems maybe have kind of faded away. But actually, under pressure with a tighter team as well that isn't functioning as well, those things get kind of brought to the fore again. So you can the frustration, and even from the two boys are very kind of sensibly doing it and discussing things kind of analytically and looking at the kind of information and why it's happening. But I'm sure you're both frustrated nothing's happened, just because you can understand that nothing's happened. There's even Jack, who's much calmer than both of us. It's still not to say that you're happy, is it? It's just that
I'm massively frustrated.
Yeah.
I'm massive. Why haven't we signed a left-sided centre back? I've spent the last 2 months losing my mind on this podcast about the left-sided area of our defence. Why we haven't signed either a left back or a left-sided centre back is just bemusing to me. I don't understand how you could possibly go through 31 days of a window and the amount of planning lead time that's given by when Ogbonna's injury occurred, and have not managed to find a single player that we were happy to buy. And we managed to find someone that we were happy to loan to buy, but we didn't manage to find a single player who would be available that we'd be happy to spend any money on. That is just pure insanity to me.
I think that's really, really important. I know we talked to Yatila last week. I think I got that right again. I didn't practice this week.
Well played.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Do you understand the reticence to sign him, Callum? Even though we've obviously worked out he's somewhat close to being good enough or not? I mean, it wasn't your article itself wasn't glowing as in this guy's a must-have. It was, if there's no other option, or if we're looking around, he's not a bad option.
Yeah, I think he'd definitely be an improvement in Diop, and even just in the time we've spent watching Diop in this window, he's already cost us points, and I just don't see how playing him at centre back can be sustainable. But yeah, Chilatsa is an interesting one. His passing is ridiculous, like it's just crazy. But we raised question marks about his suitability alongside Zuma. I think when we wrote the article, I don't know if it's still the same now, but when we wrote it, Chileta Sarr had averaged the lowest number of pressures of any centre back in Ligue 1. So he's clearly a very passive defender who likes to sit deep and wait for the man to come. much like Zuma, who has a really low number of pressures as well. The difference being that Zuma has the recovery pace and the ability defensively to win I think it's 3 out of 4 of his defensive duels this season, whereas Gillette Sarr's defensive duel success rate has been up and down, ranging from the 50s to the 60s. So pairing them together, if you have two centre backs that both sit deep, you're just going to invite that pressure. And Zuma's fine to mop up, but you need someone more aggressive going out and pressing the ball so we can try and win possession further up the pitch. And then if it doesn't succeed, then Zuma's there to go and make that tackle, rather than if both of them are there. I don't necessarily see how good a stylistic fit it would be. The obvious flip point to that is, well, Ogbona's very passive as well. But Ogbonna is Ogbonna, and he's got so much skin in the game at this point, playing at like the top level. He's won the Serie A twice, I believe. So it's just not comparable, in my opinion.
So with that in mind, does that kind of explain, obviously you don't know Moyes' thinking, that kind of explains this idea of a loan to buy, if that gives you the opportunity 6 months in training?
Yeah, because you can see how the fit works out. But I honestly think the position we're in, if supposedly we have 50 odd million pounds to spend on Rafinha or Calvin Phillips, or two players in positions that we don't need, and we were willing to supposedly pay that this window, then I think paying 17 million pounds for a centre back who we desperately need is a fine enough risk to take, because the actual risk is not buying him and then losing, I don't know, 10 points over the course of the next 20 games or 19 games, whatever's left, because we didn't buy a centre back. And that will cost us more than 17 million if we fail to qualify for Europe or whatever, or however many positions we drop down the table. The prize money that we will lose out on as a result surely would amount to just taking that risk.
So, but I'm going to come back, because we've got a lot of people mentioning Rob Newman's role, and I think we were going to look at the summer, and I think it's worth talking about Rob Newman when we talk about the future more than when we talk about the short term, would be my opinion on that. And I feel from our conversations that you think the same. So I will leave that to kind of our section 3. Keep them in with a tease. I know what I'm doing. So what would you have done if you'd been there? If it was you're looking at, say, 2-3 players. What was your kind of perfect window in that regard? At least a sensible window then.
Yeah. So my priority would have actually not been a striker. It would have been a centre back, because I think the lack of fluency in build up is a result of not having Ogbonna and not having Cresswell when he was out injured. So I think the reason Antonio hit a dip in form is because the supply chain was like dead before it even got to him. So then, obviously, as well as him being absolutely knackered, but I think the more obvious issue was the fact that the ball just wasn't getting to him in the same way as it had been at the start of the season. So bringing in a more progressive left-sided centre-back, left-footed as well, so that we have 2 out balls with Zuma right-footed and the left-footed centre-back being there. And I highlighted, I think my first choice for the centre-back would have been Marcus Senesi. He's a 24-year-old centre-back playing for Feyenoord in the Eredivisie, Argentinian, but not capped Argentinian, which is why I think he probably would be open to a move to the Premier League, because the World Cup is around the corner. He's shown like the quality is there, but I just don't think he's getting a look in, and he's getting failing to get in the team, and people like, I think, Otamendi are getting in ahead of him. So I think a move to the Prem where he can show, hopefully, a maintenance of that form, and then start to catch the attention of former West Ham player Lionel Scaloni. He's the Argentina manager. But yeah, he's the main thing for him, and the main difference between him and Gillette Sarr, actually, just to put it into context, both of them are really good progressive passers. So Marcus Senesi is averaging 7 more progressive passes per 90 than Ogbonna, with a very similar success rate, around about 80%. And Gillette Sarr was throwing those sort of numbers as well. But the difference is that Gillette Sarr's defensive numbers are really a lot worse than Ogbonna's, whereas Senesi also offers an improvement defensively. So despite being super progressive, he's also winning 72% of his duels, which is 2% lower than Zuma, who I think everyone would agree is definitely our best defender at centre back, and arguably one of the best defensive centre backs in the league, in my opinion. And then he's also, the other things I pointed out was that he is left-footed. Obviously, he's keen for this move. He has lots of experience playing as a left-sided centre back in a back four rather than in 3 centre backs, which is something we've flagged up in articles. And then also his leadership, I think something we've really, really lacked with Ogbonna being out is like a vocal, experienced leader at the back. And Senesi, from what I've seen of him anyway, spends about 80 minutes of the 90 absolutely screaming at his defence to make sure that they're in the right places, which is something that I think would be a really valuable addition. The next position I would have looked at was striker. I'm actually going to choose a striker that has since moved from his club, but I would have gone for Arthur Cabral of FC Basel, who has since, I think in the last couple of days, gone to Fiorentina in a deal worth about 16 million euros. And I think he's their replacement for Dusan Vlahovic. And if he's deemed to be a good enough replacement of Dusan Vlahovic, then I think he probably would have been able to do a job covering for Antonio. And I mean, if you're thinking we supposedly had 50 odd £million to spend, 16 million euros, that's what, like 13 million pounds? It's nothing. It just baffles me that we were supposedly interested as well, but again, someone somewhere has decided that he wasn't suitable or wouldn't have been good enough.
Just on Senesi, because we had a comment on that, would you think Senesi gets a work permit? Do you think he gets through on talent exception?
I would like to think so, yeah. I think he's played in both the Champions League and the Europa League. The one difficult thing would be that, like I said, he hasn't actually got any senior caps for Argentina, which counts for a lot of points in the GBE calculation. But I think my understanding of the situation is that because he's played at a pretty high level, albeit not in the Eredivisie, but in the Champions League and the Europa League, we could apply for an exception to the rule. And I think my take on what I've heard of it is that if you apply and you make a strong enough case for it, then you pretty much get it turned around.
Be relatively confident that Senesi and Cabral would get through on talent exception.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, because Cabral was another one who's not had that either. That is the talent exception, but is the risk, I suppose. But I would guess clubs are going to know the system pretty well before they go to these players. I'd almost look at, if it was go into the meeting and go, well, Fiorentina are trying to get him and they're not that bad either, so we can't be that.
Yeah.
It's a very weird system. I don't know what they think's going on.
If you do it like smartly enough, if we had identified these 2 people at the start of the window, then you have time to apply for it. If it doesn't get accepted, then you still have the rest of the window to find someone else who will get in. So the problem is we're here on day 31 and we ain't got a clue what's going on. So you ain't going to get a work permit accepted in that window. But yeah, Cabral just stood out to me. He's similar sort of physical frame, 6'1", has a good turn of pace, really, really exceptional finisher. Like all of his shooting metrics are considerably better than Antonio's. But then, I mean, that's perhaps not surprising because Antonio is a lot of things, but clinical probably isn't a word that I would use to describe him, at least not in the context of actual number 9s. And then the final person I'll quickly mention is at left back. Another person we covered in our articles, he's called Douglas Santos. He's a 27-year-old left back playing for Zenit St. Petersburg. He tracks really well in all the metrics that we have identified as being really important for Cresswell's successor, notably defensive duels. They've got exactly the same success rate, very similar amount of crosses per 90, slightly better expected assist turnout. And then the other ones that really stand out and are really important for Cresswell are the number of progressive passes, which he's averaging 2 more than Cresswell, so 13, and then passes to the final third as well, which is averaging 7. And he's doing this at a greater success rate for both. And then his crossing is actually 24% better than Cresswell's, which is just crazy. But there are 2 caveats to this. One is that he's playing in a team with Dzyuba, the Russian national, who is just absolutely imperious in the air. And Jack rightly pointed out when we were doing the article, and after some more footage that we've watched since, that a lot of the things that are being tracked as progressive passes by Y-Scout are kind of clearances that Dzyuba, just because he's an absolute unit, is managing to get on the end of. I'm not really sure they were necessarily intended.
Watching the compilation of his progressive passes was one of the most fun things I've done all window, because it's just him hacking the ball forward and this boulder-like striker just rolling through the middle of the pitch, bouncing all the defenders off of him and then bringing the ball down.
Yeah, no, I think he just stood out. I think 27. Obviously, a lot of people will say, "Oh, well, it's not young enough. It's not young enough." But I kind of think now that I've seen the impact Soufal's had coming in at a similar age and having had that sort of experience playing in a top side in a like not a top side but top side in their country, so he's got a taste of winning and like how it feels to like go into the end of a season and needing to remain in a title charge or whatever, and has experience playing in the Champions League and Europa League and stuff. He's got the winning mentality basically, and sort of that leadership. I think that would probably be really important for me, at least, coming in to replace Cresswell, because of what a leader he is in the team, with his vast experience and how long he's been here as well.
Theo thinks we need a left back who could consistently average Cresswell's 30% pinpoint crossing accuracy, which I don't know if I feel that's harsh or kind. Actually, in my head, I kind of my favourite thing about Cresswell is I quite like a left back who, whatever happens, always takes that one specific touch out of his feet that Cresswell takes. Almost regardless of the situation. When Cresswell's rushed because he just bangs the ball. He has two kind of modes. It's take a touch and then I'll do my cross and just bang. That's basically what Cresswell operates at. Jack,
Santos does do that, to be honest.
Good. I mean, you want your analytics. I want my bizarre specific actions, and that's what I come for. So before I mentioned a couple of the names that have been brought up, except for Fukin No One, as everyone's. I mean, we've seen the Craig Noon because of No One joke has been sadly too relevant this window. Jack, who would you have looked at if you can?
3 players. I'll go through them very quickly. The main thing would have been for me to not target a centre back who would theoretically then become the backup centre back when Ogbonna comes back. I would have gone out and looked to bring in a top left-sided centre back. I would have been quite comfortable spending 30-40 million on a centre back, and prioritising it above everything else as the main signing. And then I think imagine having 2 excellent centre back. I think Zouma is going to be an excellent Premier League centre back for a very long time to come, if he manages to avoid any serious injuries. And I think if you partner him with someone really, really great, then you have a really fantastic platform to build on for a very long time. And for me, that player 100% from the beginning of the window, and from before, right from the 3rd game of the season or whatever it was when we played them, Salisu from Southampton. Who I think's had an excellent season. He was so good, I think, for Valladolid before he went to Southampton. Then he had the injury in the first season, which has really affected his development in the Premier League. And then this season, being able to come in with a full preseason behind him, fully fit, he's looked so brilliant throughout. And I just think he would be a brilliant partner for Zouma. I think it would make a lot of sense in terms of the way that they would complement each other. Salisi's a very proactive defender, and would push forward and press high on opposition strikers, and then also has a recovery pace to protect himself when he makes decisions that don't work out. But then he would have Zouma as well, who prefers to back off and cover for a defender who is more proactive. So I think as a partnership they would work really well. Also, I don't really think he's an overpresser. There are centre backs who do that kind of thing and overpress all the time. I think one of them reason I wasn't so keen on one of the players Cal was so keen on is Senesi, who I would have down as much more of an overpresser, someone who does commit to things, not all the time, but for my liking, too regularly when they're not on. Salisi doesn't really do that for me, so he would have been my main priority for the whole window. I'm sure people will say he probably wouldn't have been available. Southampton wouldn't have wanted to make him available, but I would have been talking about putting in bids 25-30 million pounds for this guy, and then beyond that, I think up front I've long talked about the idea of bringing in someone more experienced, who would be happy to be a rotational player, someone who can play across the front 3 and offer an added layer of flexibility, and kind of help with the sort of changing of the guard up front, because I do think Antonio has been seriously excellent across the last 12-15 months, and the idea that we're going to be able to find a youngster that can take over that role now, and be good enough, I think is a bit mad. So I would have been looking at someone like Carl Toko Kambi, who's, I think he's got 5 from 5 at AFCON. He's having a brilliant season. I think it's his 3rd brilliant season on the trot. He was brilliant for Villarreal. He's been fantastic for Lyon. I don't really understand why he's not someone that's come up more regularly. He's just been in fantastic form for such a long time. and has done it at the top level in European competition as well, and is now doing it at an international tournament and having absolutely no issue in big games. Has a really great fitness record. So yes, someone who I definitely would have looked at, capable of playing on the left wing as an inside forward, does that a lot for Lyon, but also very, very happy to play up front. Stylistically very, very similar in terms of the sort of runs in behind and creative output as well. And then sort of the last name I would have looked at, and I think for me this is the most disappointing thing of the window actually, is not signing Adam Plozek, who I really think is an excellent player, fantastic talent with a huge ceiling, a big future ahead of him. I don't really see that much of a difference between him and someone like Darwin Nunez. And Nunez, we're talking about 60 million pounds. Plozek, I think we're talking more about 20, 25. And obviously with a Kretinsky link, then that's a much easier deal to do. I wouldn't have been looking at bringing Plozek in to make an impact this season. I think my preferred option would have been to sign Plozek and then immediately loan him back to Sparta Prague, so he can continue to play week in, week out and be a key player for them. I think last time I looked, I'm not sure where they're at now, but they were definitely in the title battle for the first time in quite a while over there. So I think it's really important that he gets to see that through. I think he's developed really well this season. A lot of people would point to his reduced goal tally, but I think he's developed as a player massively from where he was last season. More goals last season, but not as well-rounded as he is now. If you look at his ball carrying ability now, how comfortable he is using his strength, because he's filled out in the last few months. Now he's got the kind of broad shoulders to be able to play on that last line and to challenge opposition centre backs and use his body well. So, you know, someone who I definitely would have been looking at as a long-term successor to Antonio, and if not that, an absolutely massive upgrade on Andriy Yarmolenko as a rotational winger.
I'm close to being a massive upgrade on Andriy Yarmolenko.
Precisely. So why, when this guy is quite clearly available and has interest from some of the biggest clubs in Europe, but we have the advantage of his owner being a part investor in the club, I cannot understand why we haven't pursued that deal. Do
you think we've missed our chance now? Do you think if he continues to form until the summer, someone else will come in, a more attractive option?
I wouldn't be massively surprised if even someone like a Bayern came in the summer for this guy.
I think they were linked this window, weren't they?
He is well, statistically speaking, he's better than Darwin Nunez, and the links that Nunez has had over the last 6 months have been of that ilk. So I really can't see why Plozek, someone who's valued much less, wouldn't potentially get a similar kind of move.
I suppose there's the concern that, and David brings it up as well, that maybe having just bought into this club, he doesn't want to go back to his old club and go, I'm going to take your star boy, because I guess it was sent a rather bad message back home if it could almost look like actually my priority is now my new toy in the shinier, fancier league, which I mean I'm sure they will be expecting him to go, but as of this moment he hasn't gone yet. So,
two things: Adam Plozek is never going to be a Sparta Prague legend and stay there for the rest of his career. He's far too good. And the second thing is Daniel Kretinsky isn't well loved already. At Sparta Prague, they already strongly dislike their owner.
Dislike him.
I don't think
Thomas Rosicki you bought in.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't think he's in a position where he's trying to stay on side with the fans. I think he lost that a very, very long time ago. And I think the idea that actually potentially they could negotiate a deal with a team where they could get him back on loan would be a major benefit over a deal with anyone else.
Yeah.
I think as well, if you're in the Czech league, I mean, if a Premier League club comes calling to take you from the Czech league, I think there's surely just a general acceptance that is the next step in someone's career. Like, who are you to stand in their way?
We've all seen that it doesn't have to be rational for fans to make a decision and get emotive. To cover those that were brought up, and I think the ones that were interesting, considering both of you prioritising that kind of left-sided centre-back role to some eye, I will say, Aguerd, and I'm going to say Aguerd and assume that's how it's pronounced, and Botman. And Botman has been obviously a big story of this window, because Newcastle, without much success, I don't think at any point really, did try and get a deal there. I mean, as those two's names, I feel like Aguerd is the more likely in the long term.
Yeah, definitely. Aguerd would definitely be much more likely than Botman. But there are sort of major issues with both of them. I don't know what you think, Cal.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think in a similar way to Shaletta Sarr, I think Aguerd is someone that comes up pretty regularly when I'm on Y-Scout or whatever, looking for centre backs with lots of progressive passes, and he comes up really favourably. But much like Shaletta Sarr as well, the one thing that is kind of fluctuates between good to bad is his defensive dual success rate. He's not the best defender in the world, and I think as much as I really do think we need a progressive centre back, and would prioritise that, I think it's not unrealistic to want a progressive centre back who can also defend, because they are out there and they do exist, and we've seen what happens when you play a centre back that can't defend, and it ain't pretty. So I think again, Aguerd would probably definitely be an upgrade, in fact, on Diop, but I think there's probably better options out there from what I've seen of him, and that doesn't mean to say he's a bad player at all. There's probably a couple too many red flags for me to maybe.
Well, he's ridiculously good at the air, but he's also ridiculously clumsy when people are trying to dribble past him. So
yeah.
I suppose when you're looking at what you do in transfer business, just being better than Diop isn't the greatest greatest way to go into a window. If we kind of look then at what we've done and what's happened this window, the links we've had realistically, I mean, having had quite a quiet window where the links were kind of weak, other than a late. It's all been quite late, hasn't it? I mean, suddenly the Nunez thing coming, it was more people online talking about Cabral than really serious suggestions from within kind of journalist circles around the country or the club, etc. And then it's blown up in the last 2, 3, 4 days with we want 50 million on Phillips, you want 50 million on Rafinha while we're here, because you've turned down one, we'll just ask about someone else. I mean, I was a bit surprised we didn't have the next day we'd also tried to bid 50 million for Bamford. I thought they'd just keep going. And then it was the Nunez deal, which very, very late for a player who's also away on international duty. It's kind of inspired or got people back to the razzle dazzle phrase I used earlier. The we tried.
I think that's it.
We get, and it does feel a little bit like, and I think it was Simon Jordan on TalkSport who basically called out Sullivan. I would say more Sullivan than Gold, as being almost very obvious with this that you can't try these things late in the window because they don't work, and you look like you're trying to curry favour. Does that feel like that's what this window has been?
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. I think it's a mix of ill preparedness and desperation in the final few days, and desperation in the sense that we haven't got who we want, and desperation to appear as though they've tried, which we've seen them do in countless windows, the sort of token performative bid for a player that we probably don't want and know we won't get, just to say, oh, well, look, we did have 50 million and this is who we wanted. And honestly, if it was genuine for Phillips and Rafinha, then I would be worried about our strategy, because like if we're in a situation where we're not City and we're not Chelsea, we don't have crazy money to buy up players in every position that we want, and we're also in an unfortunate position where there are some very obvious areas of our team that needed upgrading. So if that money was there, it was obvious where it should be spent. Spending 50 million on a DM when you've got Declan Rice, or on a right winger when you've got Jared Bowen, is just a ridiculous way to spend money when you've got Diop starting every game. It would just baffle me. Like, no doubt they're good players, but I just don't see how that represents good squad planning or anything like that, unless, like I've seen some people say, is, oh, well, maybe the bid for Rafinha is us preparing for Bowen to leave. Great, yeah, that's good forward thinking, but we're not really in a position of such luxury. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, we're spending money that we haven't received for him, and if we do get Rafinha in, because Bowen might leave, then which one of them plays? Either way, you've got a £50 million player sat on the bench or playing in a position just to shoehorn someone in.
But it's funny, isn't it? It's like it's as if someone pressed the wrong button on the Excel sheet or something. You spend 50 million on Rafinha with the idea that maybe Bowen goes in the summer, but what if Bowen does his ankle next week? So now we're 50 million in the red on a right winger. Great, we've got a right winger while Bowen's out. That's brilliant. But also now we don't have any money to buy a left-sided centre-back, a left-back, or a striker. I mean, it's, like you said, I really, really hope that those bids were the classic Sullivan nonsense of trying to make it seem like they've put loads of effort, and actually really seems unnecessary, because I think they probably have put a lot of effort in behind the scenes in terms of Newman and Moyes this window, and it's more Sullivan kind of. That's very old-fashioned Sullivan to me. It's sort of like when he's in charge and it hasn't worked out. Okay, now we're going to put in some kind of phantom bid for a big player to make it seem like we've worked really hard.
It's depressing, isn't it? For any other club, you kind of get this news of 50 million bids, and you think that's showing something, that's showing ambition, that's an idea that we're going to be doing so. And when it's at West Ham, you just think, oh, that's just a lie. Pretty much. Honestly, every time the higher a number it gets, the more I just think, well, this is just a lie, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, that is where we're at. I'm amazed that we've got someone tuning in from Sweden, by the way, 2 meter. Gord Kvel. I don't know if that's how you say it, but I've just looked it up and I've guessed. That should be good evening in Swedish. It's a country I like. I've worked with some Swedes. I've taught some Swedish kids. Lovely people. So we go on, and I go on with this podcast as if I haven't just stopped and had an interlude about Sweden for no reason. We go on and we think about what the future holds. And the summer is where we look to do most of our business. If we sit here and accept that the likelihood is we're probably not going to get anyone in, of course, there could be something dramatic, but the kind of things that happened dramatically in the last, where's the deadline day clock? 3 hours, 22 minutes and 41 seconds of deadline day, thank you, Sky Sports News, are not the kind of things you can sit and easily predict from where you are. I've ushered Callum off.
How's that enough?
What do you think then for the summer? I presume the summer is now what we thought this winter, well, at least hoped this winter window would be, which was at least the three players are probably the same. It's striker, left centre back, left back, and holding on to Declan Rice, which I suppose is bigger than any transfer in many ways.
Well, I think there's a lot more to do in the summer, unfortunately. I think the summer now becomes a really huge window of regeneration for West Ham, which is a bit terrifying to look at, because usually you want to be looking at a summer window saying, okay, yeah, there's 3 players we want to sign or 2 players we want to sign that are in real key positions. I think with Noble on his way out at the end of the season, Kryle doesn't look like he's going to be coming on a permanent deal. That's 2 defensive midfielders at the club. So you probably need to buy 2 defensive midfielders or central midfielders in the summer window, as well as the recruitment at centre-back, left centre-back, left-back and striker. Yarmolenko will leave in the summer, so we'll need to bring in a winger as well. I think it's relatively likely that we'll look to bring in an attacking midfielder, because the club have been keen to bring Lingard in. I know we are kind of stacked in that position, but obviously it's something that Moyes wants to address. So I think there's an attacking midfielder to look at as well. And potentially on top of all of that, I mean, you might be looking at a right back too, with Fredericks has been listed for a long time. And then there's keeper, whether you sign Areola or don't sign Areola and look to sign someone else. So it's a huge amount of recruitment that now needs to happen in the summer. So many positions to look at and so much to do.
That is true. It is, as you've got Noble's retirement as well. Yeah, there's everything in there. I mean, I'm sure I'm not the only one who's looked, and there'll be some who remember the player from what he was at early stages of Man United, a little bit at Sunderland. But Adnan Januzaj in London the last few days, not apparently to say hello to anyone or join us, but in London the past few days, contract running out in the summer. He looks to me like he'd be quite a good fit in this side, maybe as an alternative, at least as an option off the bench on a free transfer.
He looks
an
like
upgrade on Yarmo.
Yeah. He looks like the most obvious Yarmolenko replacement. When you look at players who are going to be available, and I don't imagine we'll want to spend very much money on that position. from a upgrading depth perspective, he does look like the most obvious option. I must admit, I haven't had any time to look at his numbers yet or get a real perspective on Adnan Januzaj or how he's been playing recently. But the idea that Moyes gave him his debut at Man United, so I imagine there's some kind of link there between the two of them. And when he's looking for a club in the summer,
he's spoken about they were in the whatever it was, the kind of the big milestone that Moyes did this year in terms of managing games. And then Januzaj was in the Athletics article, basically talking about how much he loved Moyes as a manager. I think I looked as well and said he's seems to be quite a good progressive carrier of the ball, and that not as much as it used to be for us. And I know you shared on Twitter this week, Jack, how we've gone from kind of one of the deeper defences to kind of, was it third highest?
Yeah, ludicrous. Third highest line of engagement defensively of any team in the Premier League. That spun me out when I saw that. Because sometimes you just see these bits of data and you're just like, what? I would never have expected that to come out in that way. But yeah, I think that must be a lot to do with the change in style from being purely counter-attacking to trying to dominate certain games a lot more, and to keep the ball in the opposition half. We've seen a lot of things like Craig Dawson winning headers about 10 yards into the opposition half when we're trying to squeeze games. So I think, clearly there's been a change in style from that perspective that does make that kind of ball carrying threat on counters slightly less of a priority.
But that also probably changes the profile of player we were looking at from maybe a year ago to now. And that is, I think, where Rob Newman's involvement, I promised we'd get back to Rob Newman and his role. It has been a position where a kind of area that we wanted for a long time at West Ham as director of football, and he's come in and people are assuming magic happens quite quickly. And I would guess his role isn't about the last summer, and it's not even really about January. It's about a longer term build up. And I hope that, do you think by summer we might start to feel that impact if the relationship is working, I suppose?
Well, I really hope so. But yeah, I saw a few people talking. I've not actually seen it. I don't know if it's been released or if it's just rumored in articles or something. But supposedly Newman has a summer list of players that he would look at in the summer that weren't considered available. And some of the names that I've seen linked to that are promising. I mean, there's two left backs in the Eredivisie, Owen Windle and Tyrell Malacia. I've butchered their names, no doubt. But both of them play left back for PSV and Feyenoord respectively. And supposedly they're both on Newman's radar, and they're two players that maybe we'll write about going forward, but that would both be really, really exciting transfers if we were to pull them off. Both look really, really good players. So yeah, I mean, yeah, you just have to hope that is the plan. Like, there's no way you bring in a guy who was like so important behind the scenes at Man City, a title-winning side who have gone on to be like European. Well, admittedly, they haven't won it, but one of the most dominant sides in Europe. And he comes in and does nothing at West Ham. That just is not going to happen, in my opinion. Otherwise, what is the point? The only thing is if Sullivan's just brought him in to appease fans because they've said we need a director of football, and then he's just kiboshing anything he says anyway. Just going, actually, yeah, nice idea, but I think I'll just rather bid 50 mil for Callum Phillips. So we'll see. But yeah, I think summer is, like Jack's rightly said, it having not signed anyone this window, it looks like it's going to be even more chaotic. But it was already scheduled to be something of a overhaul of the squad, given how many players' contracts were up, and even players that are out on loan that maybe we could have expected to come in and play a squad part, but now there's question marks of whether they're actually got any future. Coventry and Trott being the two names that come to mind. Who knows whether they'll be considered good enough to play a part in the squad next season or not. I have no idea. But centre mid is somewhere that we're absolutely going to have to target.
A bit frightening, isn't it?
Yeah, massively, because
at least two. It's at least two.
Because if Declan Rice goes, you're down to Thomas Souček as your only central midfielder.
Yeah, that's the assumption, is that we're squad planning at the minute, hoping that Rice stays, because if he leaves, then by the word, our depth at centre mids looked pretty poor this season anyway, in my opinion. So if we were to lose Rice and then the poor depth, then it's like we've gone from having poor depth to no depth, which is just very alarming.
we're moving into a window where last summer anything we were looking at in the future may have changed because we don't know what level of investment we're looking at. There's, arguably there's a possibility that Kretinsky has put that kind of money inward and forward, and that these some of these bids were genuine. I will leave your own level of optimism and pessimism to decide that you want, but there is the possibility that some of this is, there will be more money, and anything that was there before. But Rio's joined us to watch, ready for his stint on Eyes Up Mother Brown, which follows this. Will be the whole over, as he says, the whole overhaul needed in the summer goes completely against the Moyes ethos of gradual improvement. It isn't the kind of thing you'd expect from Moyes, but
he's not going to have a choice. His hands going to be forced.
Exactly, that's the thing. He doesn't really have a choice. I mean, you could argue very well that we've got Ben Johnson means you don't need to replace Fredericks, but
yeah, I think a massive faux pas on our part as well could be that. Sorry to go off there, Chris, but I think recruiting this window could arguably be would have been more beneficial for us than the summer, in the sense that we as a club at the minute could be a more attractive option than in the summer if we failed to qualify for the Europa League or whatever. A player joining in January has the chance to contribute to a campaign where we're hopefully trying to win the Europa League. And now, because of the lack of depth, we're going to be forced to try and win the Europa League with Diop at left centre back, which therefore is just not necessarily going to happen, and no doubt will fall down in the Premier League as well. So it's all of a sudden you go from a Europa League team to what do you actually offer? They can go to other clubs then, and just I don't know. It feels like a bit of a missed opportunity, at least to get two players in, because you can go, oh look, come join us. We've got Europa League, and if we then fail to get European or good quality European football next season, then at least they're tied into a contract and they've made their bed at least.
I enjoy that this window has got to you to the point where I don't have to round up with a depressing point.
That was so depressing.
I don't have to do that. When usually it's up to me to be kind of just miserable and to leave everyone on a sour note, wondering why they listen, but coming back next week with optimism anyway. I guess for those of us who have to produce content, and those of you who produce content about transfers, West Ham doing nothing is great for your future because there's more business. And at least we will have something to talk about. I would guess that by the time we join you next, nothing more will have happened other than the fallout, and with this club and everything generally becomes public, even if Moyes is getting slightly better at, Moyes is helping the club get better at putting a lid on things. I'm sure those who put their content on the internet, by whatever name they go by, will let us know what we could have done and what we missed out on, etc. I mean, good luck to the Eyes Up Mother Brown crew who are about to come on for their, I think, hour shift, if not more. We will leave this going and they will tune in about 8 o'clock. I think they're getting ready to move in, unless Graeme sitting there nice and ready. I mean, what could have been an action-packed hour for you, you're going to have to now find, I guess, to kind of, cut through as if it was a frog in a biology class and look at what's inside and why it's not alive anymore. And it certainly doesn't feel like it's very alive now, to completely butcher that metaphor the longer I use it.
Oh my
goodness.
Might be your worst yet.
This has got very dark. What's going on here? What's going on here?
Cal went depressing, and I felt like I bring very little to this podcast except for misery.
Full of internationals. We're fine in the summer.
Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll always just be fine. But until then, thank you for joining us, or if you join us from Sweden, I think it's TAC.
Yeah,
I'm really impressed for some reason by being joined from someone. Why would Declan Stevens come in? Why would Declan want to stay at a club with zero ambition? It's hard to say. He probably knows what's more that's going on than us, to be fair. And I would guess that a conversation will be that we tried quality, not quantity. And I to some extent assume if we'd brought in Nat Phillips and we'd brought in a lone striker, if we'd got Christian Benteke, which was the link that had been kind of quietly under there in the background, sort of reported on in the last 2 days, I don't think that would have convinced Declan Rice of anything. I think that might have convinced Declan Rice that when we buy players, we buy crap. So,
I completely agree, by the way. I don't think the difference between Declan Rice staying or not staying is signing Marseille's fourth choice centre-back.
If it is, at least he's got low expectations, and we can deal with that. I mean, if that would have helped, summer's going to be a lot easier than I thought. But I am going to wrap up now because the 20 minutes ago I believed that I got for football at 8 o'clock is looking a bit wary. Until next week, thank you for joining us live. Thank you for the gentleman here for coming along and doing this and adding all the insight. Congratulations on producing all 31 of those articles, which you can read through again on Knees Up Mother Brown. I think
please do.
Jano makes a good point at the end. We tried for quality over quantity and we got neither. And there summed up the West Ham transfer window. So
also, Jano, love you, mate.
For those of you who are regulars on the forum, at least SH put up that he would leave the forum if we didn't sign 2 players, and he gives me a lot of moderating to do and editing on his posts. And he posts a lot of different pictures. So at least I'll be saving my time, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who's, silver linings and all that. But thank you, and for now, good night. Although we're leaving it on live, so do we just scoot off now, Graeme?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm going to head out. I'm going to leave the host in charge.
Actually, Graham's here. We'll just leave it on a week and go.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. Part 2 of tonight's transfer deadline day special. As you can see, myself and Rio already. Oh, he's gone. It's me and myself and I now at the moment. But there he is. There he is. Rio's back with us. How you doing, Rio? You okay?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Not too bad.
Awesome. We should hopefully be joined momentarily by DL down there somewhere. And Gnome and Pinky should be coming on as well to join us for this second special KUMB limited edition gatefold sleeve transfer deadline day show. Reaching now, and I'm reaching. Thank you. Before we start, I should say thank you to Chris and Callum and Jack for doing all the clever stuff before us, taking a particularly analytical view at the transfer window, the kind of players that really West Ham could have been bringing in to improve the squad. But as we shall find out very soon, haven't. Of course, I'm sure you're all aware of that. It's been a particularly disappointing day so far for the Hammers. Not a single signing made in the transfer window for the first time in, well, I think it's about 10 years. We'll have to check that. But it's been a while since we've disappointed. Still no sign of anyone coming in, even at this 11th hour, or as we almost are. Yeah, it's we were kind of, Rio, we were kind of hoping, weren't we, that we'll be coming on to talk to everyone about all our last minute signings, all our deadline day, signs. We're looking at Colette Sarr from Marseille and Nunez from Benfica.
Hence the shirt.
Hence the shirt. So we're all ready to go. Nobody, no one so far. I mean, look, Gnome's so depressed. He's in black and white. Look, it's.
I think that's just the age thing.
Yeah. Rio. First of all, yeah. I mean, so bit of a shock for you. Bit of a surprise.
It's a surprise because the state of our squad at the moment, and we're clearly deficient in at least 2 or 3 areas, and 2 or 3 of those areas need urgent attention.
Right.
I mean, I could expand on this a little bit later on after we've had a little initial chat. But yeah, I'm disappointed we haven't got anybody. Surprised a little bit, because with the Krasicki investment allegedly coming in, you thought we'd have a little bit more firepower to our bow, but it's just not materialised, has it? And you can point fingers in various areas, but I'm disappointed more than anything.
Okay. Disappointed and a little surprised, says Rio. DL, good to see you, buddy. Good to have you back in the crew. How are you doing?
I'm all right. Yeah. Well, what can I say? I'm going to reserve judgment.
Right.
I know I'm obviously, if it continues like this, I'm going to be immensely disappointed. I'm just going to wait to see body languages and comments and reading between the lines. I'm looking forward to Moyes' next press conference, basically, to see where that leads, because I'm not entirely convinced. Sorry, got to grab this. I'm not entirely convinced where the blame lies here. And no, I'm not blaming the manager before people jump on me. Something doesn't add up. Something doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem to be even like Golden Sullivan's normal MO. I'm 100% certain, I think, that come the end of this deadline day, that they would have much preferred there to be bodies through the door, because they're going to be well aware of the flack they're going to cop. And so the question is what the hell is going on? Something doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel like Golden Sullivan's normal MO. Something feels off.
So what are you thinking then?
I'm wondering if Moyes is trying to prove a point. I don't know. That's why I'm not trying to pin it on the Moyes at all. But something don't seem right. I can't quite put my finger on it, and I don't until I've heard what Moyes has said in his next press conference and stuff. I'm going to reserve judgment, but it's odd. It's very odd.
All right. Okay, good stuff. Thank you. Gnome, good to see you, buddy. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Awesome.
Lots of stuff going on, hence my late arrival, and I'm going to have to disappear for a little while in the middle as well. So I'll explain later. But
all right, no problem. Well, hopefully, I don't think we're going to be going on too long because, well, I mean, we were kind of initially thinking about going on to the deadline and seeing what happens. But I think unless there's any news that emerges within the next 30 to 45 minutes, we might as well just call it a day after about 9 o'clock. But yeah, we don't want to drag it out. But Rio said he's disappointed, a little bit surprised. Gnome. Nick saying he's not entirely convinced where the blame lies and that he's going to reserve judgment for now. Are you disappointed? Well, I guess we're all disappointed, aren't we, that we haven't been able to boost the squad so far? But are you surprised?
Yeah, a little. It's for the first sort of, I mean, when the window opens, 1st of January, doesn't it? And for the first 2-3 weeks, there was absolute, almost complete and utter radio silence.
Yep.
Yeah, we weren't even getting we're hoping to bring in X number of new faces. We weren't even getting that. When he was asked, if he was asked about it, he said, well, we hope to bring someone in, but it was the blandest of this is what we hope to do. And I had hoped that this was a sort of a sign that we were doing our business quietly and privately in the manner of many other clubs, so that we weren't doing our business in the columns of I hesitate to use the word newspaper. We weren't doing it sort of all out the open. We weren't making public silly bids of £4.50 for Lionel Messi and then announcing we were putting in a bid. And then because I'm guessing whatever they were working on over those first couple of weeks hasn't come to fruition, we suddenly started hearing we put in record bids for people, and it's sort of like their nerve went, if you like, and suddenly we've got to say something because we're not going to get anyone in. So let's tell them we put in bids for these people, and
right,
how realistic any of them ever are, I never know. But
well, what do you think about that? Do you, I mean, we saw Simon Jordan, didn't we, on TalkSport? I don't know if you've seen the interview or the excerpt, but Simon Jordan was on TalkSport today, ripping into David Sullivan and saying that 15 years ago, when he was at Palace, there was a phantom bid for, I think it was Andy Johnson, that he called Sullivan out for. Apparently, David Sullivan went to the media and said that they'd made an offer, and Jordan said it never happened. It was just purely put in the media to placate the fans. So, could he be doing the same again 15 years later?
It wouldn't surprise me. If he's got previous, but it's all become rather depressingly familiar. We've gone. When did we sell Haller? Was it a year ago?
Just over a year ago, wasn't it? Yeah.
So we've had
388 days.
Yeah. So
not that we're counting or anything.
No.
Well, because the window was a different date last year because of COVID and everything. But okay. We sold him. We didn't get anyone. I can't remember. It was late on in the window when we sold him, but we certainly didn't get anyone in to replace. So I thought, okay, well, maybe it was a bit late to bring someone in, but we'll try and get someone in. In the summer, and so now we've got a whole year with only Antonio as a viable striker. Now, touching wood, he's been okay injury wise for most of this season. But sorry, I'm getting a bit seasick watching Pinky arrive. But it's. This is not sort of major rocket science. We have one proper first team striker. We need either replacement or cover, or something to change things about even. And it seems that the efforts we've made to actually get that have not been worthy of it, really, shall we say? And as I say,
touching wood, Gnome. If Antonio gets injured, I think we'll all be touching cloth, to be honest.
yeah. I did. As I say, I've been rather tied up work-wise today, so I haven't really been able to follow news or anything like that. But I did think, I haven't read an article, but I did see a headline that Antonio may have picked up a knock in Jamaica during this break when everyone's supposed to be having a rest. Which is another matter. So, it said, and now I think it was a bit earlier on I was looking up, and may have been sort of wishful thinking on their part from, it might have been the Worcestershire local press, could have been saying Antonio a doubt for cup clash. But, it just sort of shows how sort of short on firepower we are. And this is not news. This is something we were saying how many days ago, dear? So many 188 days.
388.
388. It was the 8th of January, 2021. He completed that move to Ajax.
By the time the season's over, I'm not calculating that because it's nearly bedtime.
He ran out of fingers,
yeah, and
right,
toes.
Thank you, Gnome, for that. We are, of course, as you can see, joined by our 5th member of the team tonight, the Pink Palermo, live and direct, coming in on this special transfer window. Sure, well, it's supposed to be special because we were supposed to be celebrating Pinky, our new arrivals, or at least one or two anyway, and talking about how they may impact upon the team going forward. And the old tumbleweed's going to start blowing across the screen in a minute, I think. But surprised?
Not entirely, if I'm being honest. Look, the club's still in a difficult position. We've got one group of owners halfway out the door. Is the common perception of many of us. We've got a new, what we hope will be an owner, certainly a significant shareholder come in. And Daniel Kutinski has invested, lest we forget, £170 million.
Yeah,
count them, £170 million buying shares in West Ham United Football Club. That's a lot of money for one individual to invest in West Ham. I'd hazard a guess, it's the single biggest equity injection in the club's history.
Has to be, yeah.
Yeah, it's a massive amount of money. So he's put some money on the table, but clearly whatever deal has been struck between the potential future owner and the hopefully former owners hasn't allowed sufficient funding to find its way into David Moyes' hands to be able to make those irresistible bids. And by that, I mean other clubs can't resist the money for the players the manager really wants. And when you've gone to the extent of putting in a fairly extensive and expensive, undoubtedly, head of recruitment in place, there will be targets identified because we know even on KUMB, people, our analytics guys, people that contribute to the site can sit there and put really good detailed analysis together, and they have done so on and nominated a number of targets and said, well, there's a player. So if that's available to, a supporter's website, you can only imagine what Rob Newman's got available and had made available to David Moyes.
Yeah.
So I don't believe that they haven't had targets to go for.
Mm-hmm.
It can only be the money. There is nothing else.
Could it not be almost a battle of wills between the two parties? I mean, we're aware, aren't we, that David Moyes and David Sullivan quite often don't see eye to eye over the transfer targets. We know that Moyes is quite stubborn, and of course, this has led to these charges of him, dilly-dallying or whatever. But is that a possibility? Do you think it could be a case that Sullivan's? I guess ultimately it's down to David Sullivan. He's the guy with his hand on the bank account. And so if it's perhaps someone he's looking at who he's not particularly keen on buying, do you think he's not putting in the effort to maybe get some of these targets that Moyes wants? And also vice versa, if he's suggesting players, the usual agents' offerings, maybe Moyes just isn't interested. There's kind of like almost an impasse between the two.
Yeah, and that's entirely possible, and dare I say it, probable, whereby the manager doesn't want to have foisted upon him nearly men, guys who could potentially do a job. He'll be saying, I want player A, B, or C. Yeah, go find the money. And that's where we fail. And whether it's Kutinski coming in and saying, no, what we agreed when we did the deal was this, but none of us will ever know what they agreed.
Yeah.
But they will have an agreement about who's funding what between now and next March, assuming it is next March, because we're all making this big assumption that Kretinsky is going to come in, we'll end up buying the whole club.
Yeah.
But dare I say it, just posed the question to really depress the supporters today. What if he doesn't? What if he just becomes a significant shareholder? Yeah. And we end up with Kretinsky, Gold, Sullivan, Brady, Tripp Smith as a board of directors. And then we just mooch along as we do, as we have done. And actually, all that Kretinsky's done is pay off a load of debt. Yeah, put money into West Ham without actually getting anything for it. I mean, as incredulous as that would seem to you and me,
yeah,
you know. So there's a whole setup here that somewhere it isn't working. In fairness to our club and the owners and the manager and what have you, we are not the only Premier League club that's failed to do any business this window. And again, that's bigger picture stuff. Without depressing people too much. We're on the brink of war in Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
An uncertain economy in this country. It wasn't so very long ago that the club had to go and have a rights issue to raise emergency funds, to actually shore the whole thing up. And I think there's a range of clubs or a number of clubs that might just have taken the view, we're not out of the COVID woods yet. We're not going to go on a big splurge because we're going to be where we're going to be. And if you look at the clubs that we're competing with for that third spot, third and below, look at those clubs. Who's really gone on a big splurge this window? Have Chelsea gone on a big splurge this window? Have Tottenham Hotspur? Have Manchester United? So really, in our league within a league, are we any worse off than we were a week ago?
I guess the difference that you would say is that those clubs you've just mentioned and the others in that particular area have already got contingency plans in place in terms of, backup strikers and centre backs and things like that, which is where we're so desperately lacking.
Have Tottenham?
Well, I don't know. They've signed 2 players today, haven't they? 2 or 3
players
today.
They've signed a couple of players on a sort of like try before you buy basis, the sort of the West Ham method. But, for a club with a £1 billion stadium and, a billionaire owner, they've been a little bit shy in putting the readies on the table, haven't they, this window?
Yep.
And this is a club, don't forget, in Tottenham, who have to finish in the top 4. Their model doesn't work unless they finish in the top 4. They already cannot fill the new White Hart Lane. There's something like 6,000 and 7,000 empty seats there every week. And that will turn from 6,000 or 7,000 to 15,000 to 20,000 pretty quickly if they're not competing in the Champions League. So Tottenham are in a slightly more precarious position than us. We're disappointed because we've gone off like a 2-bob rocket again this season. We were flying high. It was ever thus. The manager has outperformed. He's outperformed with what he's got. There's no question of that.
Yeah.
And he was looking for a bit more, and it's failed to arrive thus far. But who knows? 2 hours to go.
Yes, we do love a last ditch effort, don't we? An 11th hour bid or a loan play. Rio, as Pinky said, this is the age-old problem, isn't it? West Ham. You go back over the years, and in our lifetimes, whenever the club's been in a position to push forward, to really move on, 86, of course, we all remember that being the prime example, I guess. We failed to do it. We failed to put in the necessary capital or investment that could really push the club into the, it's a horrible term, but up to the next level. And it looks like we're going to do it again. Is that unforgivable in your view?
There are also external footballing factors you've got to take into consideration this window as well. January is always notoriously difficult to buy in. Everyone knows that. Yeah. You look at the amount of the area that we really need to strengthen, where we're most lacking, is up top. But we know that. The rest of the footballing world knows that. So if we're chasing a striker, the selling club, and there's very few clubs prepared to sell in the January window, as we know, the selling club's going to rocket their price up by 10, 15 million. Then you've got Newcastle to throw into the equation, who can throw money around willy-nilly, but the players might not want to go there. But selling clubs will go, well, if you're prepared to meet our asking price, I'm sure Newcastle are so desperate they'll bump another 5 million on top. So that plays against us as well. We saw today, Ekatike, I mean, what was it? He was touted earlier in the start of the window. Was it 15, 20 million when we first initially rumoured to be interested in him? And today it was 25 million.
Today they agreed, was
25,
it 25 million, something like that? Yeah.
And also, and the only other team really who's made a lot of signings in this window really is Aston Villa.
Yeah.
And they're throwing around some silly money.
Yeah.
So that plays against us as well. Like I say, January's notoriously difficult to buy in, but it's been made twice as bad this season. As for being unforgivable, in theory, yes, because I think it's the fourth time this has happened. Once under Allardyce, once under Bilic, under Moyes this time, obviously 85, 86, still stuck in the memory. It's unforgivable because everyone around this table, everyone in our support wants to see us push through. I know we all hate the words next level, but it's what everyone craves. And we're on the cusp of it. And we're on the cusp of it with a threadbare squad, very little kind of structured transfer recruitment policy, and yet we're still there. And let's be honest, God willing, and when I say God, I mean the person flying the plane back from Jamaica with Michael Antonio on it and the baggage handlers. We don't suffer an injury to him, because if he does go, then we really are in trouble because we've got no focal point up front.
Okay. All right. Good stuff. One of the players, Nick, that we've been heavily linked with, I mean, not just in the last couple of weeks, but since he left last summer, really, is Jesse Lingard at Manchester United. Now, Stuart Pearce spoke about him last week, saying that, if there's an opportunity to do the deal, we will be there at the, on the final day of the transfer window. That's pretty much what's materialised today. Because we heard earlier in the day that the new Rangnick had given him permission to leave. And then, of course, we get to the absurd situation tonight where it looks like that's any move away has been vetoed by the Manchester United board. Now, the theory has been thrown up that that's because they see West Ham as a rival, which is fair enough for a top four place. And potentially giving Lingard to Newcastle will obviously aid their fight against relegation. And of course, next year, Newcastle, as we know, are almost certainly going to be a different prospect. Did you ever see that one coming through, Lingard, or were you always of the view that was just a no-no and we should move on and look at alternative targets?
I think that was going to be a no-no, whatever this season. Without it happening in August, that was it. So far as I'm concerned, the Lingard saga is over. And I'd actually be disappointed if we signed him on a free in the summer, because the Lingard day's gone. It was great while he was here. But other than that, no, he can stay away now. But I want to follow up what Rio was saying about January is a notoriously difficult time to bring players in. And yet, immediately, we're talking about a player that we bought in last January that changed our season. We've also bought in Souček in a January. We bought in Jared Bowen in a January. Going back, we bought in Dean Ashton in a January, So me and Rio usually agree on most things, but I can't agree on that one, because we have bought in quality in January before, and we've literally just started talking about quality that we bought in last January that had a very good positive aspect to our season. Now, I wasn't expecting any signings that were going to be better than Antonio, better than Rice, better than Souček. I was hoping and expecting signings that were going to be better than Issa Diop, that was going to be better than Yarmolenko, that was going to be better than Sonny Perkins, better than Masuaku. The bar is set actually quite low for what we need to be improving on, because improve on them and our squad is immeasurably better. And the fact that we cannot bring somebody in on the January that improves on them, what's going on? What is actually going on? And I don't know, maybe even our new owners or part owner, the investment is simply that investment. And he's in it like the other lot, just to make a few quid. Who knows?
I would argue a little bit against that. The likes of Souček and Bowen and Ashton in the past have not only improved their first team, they've become key players in the first team setup and been undroppable since then. The likes bringing in kind of backups and things just to augment the squad is what Moyes has been looking at, really, isn't he? He's always said that he wants to bring in players who improve the first team. And I completely get that. I mean, Nat Phillips today is an example. Everyone's been kind of going, oh, we should sign him, we should sign him. He's available. And he's joined Bournemouth on loan. Now, if we're scrapping around for a Bournemouth centre-half, you know, that doesn't match up to the standards that we've set over the last 18 months since Moyes has rejuvenated us.
I completely get that. And maybe, and perhaps this is where the onus should fall on the manager, is that maybe he's setting his sights too high, because there is, to me, in the modern game, there isn't a first team. You should have a first team and a first team squad where everyone is vying for a place. We need to have players on a bench that are sitting there that may not be world beaters, but are able to do something when Antonio's knackered, or when he's missing, or if the op's having a shock, or it can be substituted and brought on. You know, that's the sort of player I was hoping that we'd get. And I do get the argument they need to improve the first team, the first 11, the ones that are undroppable. But that's not realistic. Well, I mean, on Saturday, or last Saturday, Sunday, against Man United, we were blowing out of our backsides. Now, it could argue ifs, whats and where-nots and stuff, but it could arguably be that we didn't lose that game if we could have brought on fresh legs, but we couldn't bring on fresh legs, apart from Fredericks, who hadn't played for absolute donkey's years. And arguably, he was kind of responsible for the equaliser to some degree. And that's what I'm basing this on, is improving our bench. We have no quality on our bench whatsoever. And no, it is kind of unforgivable for me. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking, fuck,
you're being swayed by your own words. Okay, thanks, gentlemen. Pinky, you were nodding your head or shaking your head, should I say, furiously when Rio was talking a few moments ago about the lack or the inability to sign players during January.
It was actually where Rio, and I suspect every other West Ham United supporter, sees the priority other than me. I don't think we're desperate for a striker. A striker is not and would not be the first player I'd look to sign. I can understand why people want to go down that route, because they're all going if Antonio gets injured. But we've had the Antonio situation for 300, Lord knows how many days now. Okay, we scored 73 Premier League goals in 2021, 1.86 per match. Okay, scoring goals has not been our issue. I accept there's a risk in terms of injury, but the risk is no greater today than it was in October, August, or last April. Okay, we've got gaping holes in our defence that need addressing. Gaping holes, and a left-footed central defender, I've said it numerous times on previous shows, would be without a question my number one target. Okay. And obviously we've seen Nat Phillips go to Bournemouth today. Has Kelly gone anywhere today from Bournemouth?
No, I don't think so. I think he's still there.
With 2 hours still to go. Just saying, is there a chance that David Moyes and our board of directors could pull a rabbit out the hat out of the death? Because somebody's going to, because Bournemouth have signed that player for a reason. They've signed Nat Phillips for a reason.
It's a really good point. Of course, the other, talking about left-sided centre backs, of course, the obvious example would be Chaleta Sarr, who we've been linked with all, since last summer. There seems to be a sort of a standoff between the two clubs, whereby it strikes me that David Moyes isn't convinced, and he doesn't want to invest to bring the player in on a permanent basis, and they're only looking at a half-season loan, whereas Marseille, with their financial situation, are only interested in a sale. And so we're told that Marseille only want about 15. I say it's still a lot of money. Want about £15 million for the player. even if Moyes is not entirely convinced, Pinky, should he be saying at this stage of the window, you know, with Ogbonna out for the season, it's a risk we've got to take? Or are you backing him on that by saying no?
I'd back the manager because the great con job is it's only 15 million.
Yeah.
Forget the fee. It's the 100 grand a week on a 4-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're into 35 million.
Mm-hmm.
And if you sign a player in that position, you know, who will buy my Diop? Yeah. You know, we spent 22 million on a young French centre-back who we were all told would come good, would be the future and all the rest of it. And he hasn't quite delivered. And that's one of the reasons why we're in the market again.
Mm-hmm.
The problem being is once you sign them on the 4-year contract at 100 bags a week, and they prove not to be good enough, you can't shift them. You cannot shift them. So it is one of the few positions on the field where I would say, unless you are 100%, no ifs, buts, maybes, certain, then see and try before you buy may be the way to go. You know, a player with Premier League experience in that position, you'd always favour over someone without Premier League experience. A player that's played in that position, say in Italy for maybe 150 games, or in Germany in the Bundesliga for 150 games, you may take the chance on.
Yeah.
But if you make a mistake at centre back, you get punished for it week after week, and we can see that in the current setup. Let's just say scoring goals ain't the issue. If we'd conceded a dozen fewer goals in the last year, we wouldn't be worried about 4th spot. We'd have it in the bag.
Yeah,
that's the long and the short.
I mean, I suppose that's a good point. I suppose you could say that involved in that. If you're talking about the last year, you've got Lingard in there as well, of course, who was only with us for half a season. Scored quite a few goals, 9, wasn't it? I think he scored
9,
contributed to as many again. But anyway, interesting stuff, gentlemen. We are where we are. Anyway, Rio, let me just ask you very quickly on this one. The 3 players, I think the 3 areas we went into this transfer window thinking, right, we've got to do something here. Left back, centre back, striker. Is that fair to say they're the 3 areas we were really short of?
They're the 3 that I would personally prioritise.
Okay. So which for you out of those 3? Pinky says centre half. Which one of those 3? If you had to pick one to say, right, as Pinky said, no, if we can pull that rabbit out of the hat in the next, 2 hours and 14 minutes, which area would it be for you?
If you'd asked me 4 weeks ago, I would have said a striker.
Okay.
This has fallen off a cliff. I'm surprised he actually managed that because he would have missed it. But so left side centre back would have been the priority at the moment. But
all right, okay.
Yeah. I mean,
all right, good stuff.
I would have said forward, but Issa's form is
centre
just
half now. Okay, so all right, Nick, what about you? Left back, centre half, striker. Priority tonight if we can get one in the next 2 hours.
Now that's a tricky one. I'm going to go against the grain, and I'm actually going to say left back.
Right. Okay.
Because left.
Okay.
Because of the amount.
You're not convinced by Arthur.
I'm not convinced by him at all. Cresswell, whilst excellent, is going forward. He's the best defender in the world. And the amount of goals that come down that side that we can see puts us in trouble. I think that it would probably be my priority over a left-sided centre-back. And maybe it might kind of help solve the Issa Diop problem as well, because if he's got a better defender next to him as a centre-back, as a left-back, it may allow him to concentrate a bit more on just being a centre-back rather than, having somebody that's weak at defence like Cresswell on his side. And maybe he wouldn't be prone to so many mistakes. Maybe I'm clutching at straws, but I think that the left back would actually be more important in my book.
All right, that's interesting to hear that none of you have gone for a striker on this junction. With just a couple of hours to go. But I guess the point that Pinky made is valid, isn't it? That we've managed it for the last year without one. So And of course, we do have Jared Bowen that can slot in there, and Jared's in great form at the moment. So you obviously hope that Mikhail Antonio is going to stay fit between now and the end of the season. But I guess it's not the end of the world. I'm not sure what I'd go for. I still think striker worries me every time that Antonio, goes down, or as Gnome was saying before we lost him. There's been that situation with Jamaica, talks of a slight knock. So I don't know. Basically, we need all three, don't we? That's the point. But anyway, we're gonna leave transfer deadline day briefly, or at least we're going to leave 2022's transfer deadline day briefly. We're going to have a little bit of a look back at business we've done in years gone by on this particular day. We've already, of course, mentioned Dean Ashton. Came from Norwich, 6 million, I think it was, wasn't it? We signed him for. But the transfer window, here's a bit of history for you. The transfer window, as we know it, began in 2002, 2003, which, of course, is a season we'd all like to forget as West Ham United supporters. But we did make some signings during that transfer window, one of which was Rufus Brevitt. We made another one on that day. Can anyone remember who it was? I'll give, if you get this, I mean, I'll be hugely impressed. I can tell you never played a first team Premier League or Premiership match for West Ham anyway. Any ideas? I'll give you a clue. The surname is the same as someone in our current squad.
David Noble.
Hey, did you just guess that, or did you read that somewhere?
I've just guessed it.
I'm just amazed because I'm not digging out your knowledge of the club, but I just thought it's such a weird and random one that no one would have possibly remembered that. You're right, absolutely right. It was David Noble.
It was the only surname I could think of another player that's played for us.
Yeah, Rufus Brevitt and David Noble, and of course, Pinky Rufus was a decent player for us, wasn't he? That season,
especially. Yeah, he did well for us, and it's one of the things of, dare I call it, the Premier League era. You get a whole raft of players that come and go, do anything between 80 and 110 games, that sort of level, and then you kind of forget about them 5 years later. But Rufus was very good, did a very good job for us indeed, and I'd say we got where did we pick him up from? Was it QPR or something like that, or did he go to QPR after us?
It was from QPR.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I'd say we got the best of that because I thought he gave good value to West Ham United. So yeah. Rufus, I would put in the success column. I'm assuming we're going dud or star here, are we? Something like that, or
I like. Well, let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. Let's have two columns. So. Well, I guess we've got one of each there, haven't we? We've got David Noble, who I guess is firmly feet planted in the failure column, and definitely. Are we all happy with that? So, Rufus Brevitt, a success.
Actually, can I just go back and row back a little bit?
All right.
Okay, because I'm very conscious when we do these things.
Yes,
we're talking about professional sportsmen who have been looked at by hundreds of coaches.
Yeah,
have gone through a billion trials. Have got much closer to the big time than anyone we ever know. So I think dud or failure, should we say made it or didn't quite? How does that sound? Yeah.
Well, that would do. Yeah, that would do. That would do.
How about 26th of January 2009?
We signed Rufus from Fulham in the end. We had a bit of a spell in between QPR and us.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
And I remember David Noble played 4 times for us. One of them was absolutely abysmal, playing against Russian Diamonds in the Cup.
He didn't play in the league, though, did he? I'm fairly
certain. It says here he played three appearances. They must have come off the bench. I don't remember a starting game.
Really? Oh, how strange. Okay.
That's on Wikipedia. It says West Ham are massive. So
all right. Nick, 26th of January 2009, was it?
Yeah.
Was that your date?
Yeah.
That's a player coming in, yeah?
That was a January signing that came in.
So 2009 was Zola. Too late for Bellamy. It was before Grant, so it was his final year. Are we talking loan or permanent?
Permanent deal.
Was it Serbia?
It was indeed.
Yeah.
Of course it was. Yeah.
Yes.
One of those
He looked
signings
good for about
that's
5 minutes on his debut. He had that one spell. He had a 5 minute when he looked like a world beater, and
yeah.
that was it.
Someone asked Jimmy Walker the other day on Twitter when this came up, because there was a tweet that KUMB was included in that said that the club paid 9 million for him, which is a bit of an urban myth because the agreed fee was 9 million, but I believe the club paid something like 3.5 up front. And who was the centre half that we sent the other way? The Portuguese guy. Costa, was it? Was it Costa?
He went to Russia, didn't he? Costa. In the end, Costa. He went to one of the Russian Moscow clubs, didn't he? Lokomotiv Moscow. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, the initial fee for Savio Ensarico, was to give him his full name, was slightly less. But even still, I mean, as I said in my tweet, I hate to use the word only 3.5 million because, as Rio has rightly pointed out, he did last for about 5 minutes as a successful player and made something like 9 or 10 appearances, didn't he? But anyway, yeah, good shout that, Nick, like that one. Coming back to transfer deadline days, one that we missed out on, actually. I must confess, I did a lengthy tweet earlier in the day where I did a series of posts. So I'm just going to go through those because I did a bit of research through the KUMB News database and picked some of these out. So they're in no particular order. But one we missed out on 5 years ago was a guy called Scott Hogan. Who remembers Scott Hogan? He was at Brentford at the time. Really highly rated player. Everyone thought he was going to be mustard, thought he was going to be the new Dean Ashton. There were murders, as I recall, Pinky, on the KUMB forum that transfer winner because we didn't sign him, and in the end, it looks like we had a lucky escape.
And this is the point. This is the whole point. He's a great example because, let's not kid ourselves. West Ham United look at players. So does every other club. They've all got armies of people doing all the analysis. They're all going, yeah, he might do. He'll possibly, yeah. And Brentford at the minute have got other players on their books that people will be looking at and going, do you know what? He's had half a season in the Premier League and he looks like he can do it. Maybe we should get the checkbook out. And they've got a player on their books. I think if I was the chairman at 10 o'clock, I might be phoning the Brentford chairman and saying, any chance? Here's 50 million shots. It's cash. You can have it in your bank account tomorrow, but I want the player in East London within 40 minutes to get through and sign on. Yeah. So sometimes you might take a chance because you've seen a player in the Premier League.
Yeah.
The problem with Scott Hogan was, could he make the step up? And it's the oft-asked question of players from the lower division. Can they make the step up? Mm-hmm. And what I would say is this: invariably not in that position. Yeah. It's too big a gamble because you don't get the same time. The defenders you play against are better. Yeah. And if you haven't quite got it, people know within an hour you haven't quite got it. It isn't the case of you run a bit harder and you'll get a bit better. Yeah.
Yeah.
You've either got that ability to find the space and time in the box to put the ball away, or you ain't ever going to do it. There's a reason why Jimmy Greaves scored on his debut at every club he played for. It's because he was good. Yeah. Okay. Scott Hogan wasn't quite good enough.
Well, there was another one who was kind of like that, but we did take a punt, Gnome, on him. I haven't got the year up here. I think it was 20. I think it might have been 2018 or 19. I'm not quite sure. Someone will hopefully correct me on that. A chap, and actually it was a David Moyes signing. David Moyes capture from Preston, one of his old clubs. A young chap called Jordan Hugill, who now, amazingly, he's one of a quartet of ex-Hammers at West Brom, along with Andy Carroll, Grady Diangana, and Robert Snodgrass.
He made his debut for Cardiff yesterday.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Is he on loan there, Rio?
Sorry?
Is he on loan there?
He's on loan at Cardiff, yeah.
I think he definitely played yesterday, made his debut and scored. And Scott Hogan also scored yesterday for Birmingham.
but at their particular... I mean,
down their level then, no.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very, very odd transfer, that Hugo one, because where you had Hogan, for example, by comparison, Hogan was scoring goals at that point anyway, and which was why people were interested. Hugo wasn't scoring particularly that many goals at Preston, was it? It wasn't like. Now I hesitate that this might have been helping out old mates or something at Preston, but I'm sure that wasn't the case. But you could be forgiven for thinking so. Let's put it that way.
Yes, 9 million, wasn't it? The fee, I think, if I recall correctly.
I can't remember how much it was.
It says 10 million.
A real 9 million, as opposed to a Savio 3.5 9 million.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean, as I say, it was. I just decision to signing was a strange one. Clearly, somebody saw something in there that, I mean, from what I saw yesterday, he had a relatively decent game. I thought the goal was slightly streaky. He sort of scuffed the shot along, which bobbled across the keeper. Had he hit it cleanly, I think it probably would have gone straight into the keeper, but it sort of bobbled across him and in the far corner. But
he seems to have scored a few goals like that over. I seem to recall him doing that at QPR on quite a few occasions when he was down at Loftus Road. But so we it emphasises the point there, I think, that Pinky made, didn't it? That sometimes you take your gamble and it works, and sometimes it doesn't. We've had, of course, we've mentioned Dean Ashton, and
I think the other thing to note is that I mean the lot of us here are of an age to remember the days when back the old First Division before Premier League, etc., and players who would the second tier, if you like, was quite a strong second tier, and there were always players in there, and if they were scoring in the second tier, it wasn't that much of a gap. Now the Premier League has widened that gap. Throw in the fact that you can get for what it would cost you to sort of take a punt on, Barnsley's top scorer. You could probably get someone who's already sort of scoring at the top flight in a European league. Then it's the days of there being a sort of an endless supply of decent players who you could be reasonably confident would at least make a good fist of things in the top flight. Those days are gone, and it's much more of a punt now than it used to be.
Okay. All right. Well, one player that we did dip into the second division, as we knew it back in the day, in 2007 to buy. Actually, if I recall correctly, this was about 3 weeks before the KUMB team were invited onto Sky Sports. They took us down to the Earl of Wakefield and recorded a post-transfer match special with it was myself, if I remember correctly, Rio, Gnome, Romford, and was Lost Hammer.
Was there, yeah.
There was, I think, there was the five.
I believe lives in Sweden these days. If you're around,
Yes, he does. He's a Dewgarden supporter, I think, season ticket holder.
Yeah, and Paddy the Greek turned up to basically just watch from behind the camera.
Just harass the presenter. I think it was his modus.
I think the presenter got enough harassment the next morning when he got the drinks, when he tried to put the drinks bill through expenses, because Chaz Romford had been there since like 3 PM.
That's right. Yeah.
And anytime somebody new came in, he'd sort of be getting them a drink on the Sky tab. And of course, we turned up, and it was a Monday night, and I was on. It was a school night, so I was on Diet Coke or something. I think you were on orange juice and lemonade, and I think Ant was on lager. I can't remember. But basically, we weren't spending. Chaz was on his cider sort of thing, but we weren't spending a lot on drink as far as the guy could see. And of course, we'll go wrapping up, and he goes to the bar to settle the bill, and the blood all drained from his face, and it was 3 figures, as I recall. And of course, back in those days, there was no sort of, what was the stuff? You couldn't use your card or anything like that. You had to go and find a cash point. So there we go.
There we are. There we
You've
are.
got hair.
Looking all sprightly and young 15 years ago. Yeah.
Let's have a look at That's the bit. The Chaz, it was like, yeah, we're West Ham. We don't want to defend. We want to go all out attacking.
Attack. I remember it very well.
Yeah.
But of course, coming back to what I was going to say anyway.
The player,
about that. The player we signed a couple of weeks before that was Matthew Upson, Rio, Birmingham City, £6 million, and of course there was that thing about Brady and Gold and Sullivan going back to their former club, and there was quite a bit of animosity about that transfer, wasn't there? How do you sum up Matthew Upson's career at West Ham? Became West Ham captain, the last man to wear the number 6 shirt, wasn't he? I think went on to play for England in the World Cup, but still, the memories aren't as great as that might suggest.
You're asking the wrong person, because I don't know if you recall this, but Barclays during, I think it was a 2009-10 season.
Yeah.
I actually can't remember. They run this competition, and I got picked as one of the entrants for it. So I was on the pitch.
Pick a ball out or something, didn't you?
Yeah. You had to put a ball in this big overblown tombola thing. And Matthew Upson, who was injured at the time, had to pick the ball out, and the winner got £10,000 in English notes. And he didn't pick me. So, sod him. No,
that's it.
Didn't like him at all after that.
He was off the Christmas card list at that point. But with regard to his footballing ability, he always suffered from that thing about being a bit, just not having the right heart or attitude towards the club.
I think aloof is a slightly politer description. He was a perfectly good defender. But when the chips were down, and at West Ham, they quite often go down quite a lot, don't they? He was found wanting. And he left his central defensive partner, particularly in the relegation season. I can't remember who it was now. I'll try and blank that whole thing from my memory.
Tompkins.
Tompkins. And he just left him absolutely high and dry. An England international, plenty of Premier League experience, and he was the one who's supposed to be leading us into battle. And the no heart, no bottle, looking to point fingers elsewhere but himself.
It was just that last season, I think. I thought he was good for us until that last season.
Yeah,
where he just disappeared, and the icing on the cake would say when Tompkins made that mistake. Can't remember who it was against, and he just left him there. He turned his back on him and walked away, and Tompkins was distraught. And that was then when that was it for me. Ta-ra, mate.
Tompkins was distraught. He should have seen me sitting in the stands. If Tompkins was distraught, I was absolutely apoplectic at that point. But I take your point, Nick, in terms of Upson. I thought he was okay to start with. Competent, did all right.
He got injured, didn't he? And took a while to come back, didn't he?
But when the new owners rocked up, I think there was history between him and them from the days in Birmingham.
Okay.
I've very much got the impression that there was a contractual issue from his time at Birmingham where he either got turned over by them or felt he had. Yeah, but there was something that wasn't right in his relationship with our current owners. And I always got the feeling from the moment they appeared, he kind of lost interest in West Ham United. And I could be completely wrong in that. So if the club's got their lawyers at the ready and all the rest of it, I only say it as fair comment and opinion, not as another stick with which to beat you. All right. But what I'm saying here is it's too much of a coincidence. They rock up and he suddenly becomes below Joe average. Yeah. Just my perception.
Out to Stoke, wasn't he, in the end? I'm just checking his Wikipedia.
Yeah, because let's not forget, when he was with us and we were struggling, he still forced his way back into the England setup.
Yeah.
He scored one of the goals in the 4-2 quarterfinal, not quarterfinal, the second round defeat to Germany. So you don't play for West Ham United as a defender. Right? You don't play for England when you're a West Ham player playing in a struggling side. He must have made a big impression on the international setup as well. So he was a decent player until, as Pinky rightly says, that And when the Mr. X and Mr. Y turned up, it all went to pot.
Of course, on the other
You're going to
hand,
love this, Pinky.
on the other hand, though, he was so influential as captain that every newspaper report said West Ham skipper Scott Parker ... every time. Yeah,
that's right. That's right. It was a running joke, wasn't it, for many years? That Nick, you going to come in?
Sorry,
there?
Nick.
Yeah, who do you think these words are regarding this transfer of Matthew Upson?
Okay.
The truth is, I feel as if we've been mugged. With Upson in the team, the manager believed we had a better chance of promotion to the Premier League than without him. It's not even as if West Ham are a major club. Had Chelsea pursued their interest in the player, I think most of us would have said goodbye and wished him well. But the Hammers, they'll never be top form material or anything like it.
It's got to be Sullivan. It's got to be Sullivan.
Karen Brady.
Yeah.
Karen Brady. Well, there you go. Closer.
So there you go. I knew there was something somewhere, yeah, and that's the classic case of a player reads a comment from the employer, whether it's in the paid-for newspaper column or a match day program or whatever it may be, yeah, the player doesn't forget.
No.
Yeah, and there you go. And we've had meetings where we've pointed this sort of thing out, and there you go. There's an example of it. Potentially. Good bit of detective work there, Nick. I've got to say that's if you could find who took my push bike at the weekend, I'd be double happy.
I call rubbish. I don't believe you own a push bike.
You don't know more.
It's a tandem.
This is a very harsh judgment. This is a hard score. Yeah.
Matthew Upson, Stoke City, Brighton and Hove Albion, Leicester City, Milton Keynes Dons after his time at West Ham. A player that will always split opinion, I think, in terms of West Ham players. But anyway, moving on as we are to 2012. There's only a few more of these to go through. I'm not going to be here all night. We'll get through them a little bit quicker now. 2012, West Ham agreed a fee of 2.5 million with Bristol City for
Nicky Maynard.
Nicky Maynard went on to play only 14 times for West Ham, but still played a fairly important role, didn't he, Gnome, that season that he was here? I think he scored against Cardiff, didn't he, in the semi-final of the playoffs?
A few goals over the course, but not many, sort of thing. You always thought that, he might get a few extra goals in our bid to go up, but you never quite thought he was going to be any good at the next level. True.
A bit like a Vaz Tay, maybe in some sense.
Yeah, and the other guy,
Baldock.
That's the one. Yeah.
With his little song.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the exact bits of the song. I knew there was a slightly rude song about him, but I couldn't remember song or player name. But I just put that advancing years.
Nicky Maynard, Rio, were you a fan? Didn't see much of him. As I said, he only played 14 times, but did his bit.
I was a fan of the transfer policy at the time, which seemed to be whoever's scoring goals for everyone else, we'll buy him and see if it works.
Yes,
and at the very least, he won't be scoring goals for them. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. What little we saw of him, he did all right. As Gnome said, he was never going to step up to the next level. He tried his best, which is all we can ask for at that particular juncture, because we was virtually at rock bottom, weren't we, for that season? It felt like it, and he did all right. But as someone famously once said, he didn't pull up any trees, did he?
He did,
and he's still playing his tree for Tranmere at the moment.
35. He's 35. Still only 35.
Sure, they'll put in a bid.
Don't tell them. Yes. Don't tell them, Pike.
Yes. Don't go to
bed. Still playing in League Two. Now listen. Moving on. Nick, you can take this one. I mean, we can't possibly have a January transfer window historical roundup without touching on the man himself, the legend, the scourge of West Ham on transfer deadline days between, it's for about 3 or 4 years, I think. Ida Johnson.
Oh my days.
We have now. I checked this today because there is a thread. It is. I think it remains the longest single thread for an individual player in the history of KUMB.com. It extends. If you go in the Hall of Fame forum, you will note it began in the summer of 2007, ran until a similar time in 2011, and extended to no less than 275 pages. Now, you bear in mind there's 20 or possibly there might have even been 30 comments per page at that time. You can get some, I'm not going to do the maths, but whatever that's 5,000-6,000 pages at a rough guess, comments. 4 years for one player, and he never signed for us. Of course, the big one that upset everybody was when we put him up, didn't we, in a hotel, got him to do the medical, and then 48 hours later, I think it was Redknapp, wasn't it? We signed him for Tottenham.
Yes, I've got it here. Started by the journo, Monday, July the 16th, 2007. And the last post was July the 19th, 2011. 274 pages.
274.
Yeah, that was actually before my time on KUMB that it started. I did. It's one of those things you pick up that always mentioned, and then it kept popping up, and it kept popping up. And yeah, I've got the little dot, so I must have posted in it somewhere. I dread to think what I said, but yeah, he's one that was sort of always going to be, but never was. And it still get mentioned now. I'm pretty sure if we was to go through this transfer thread, there'd be some people that would have mentioned have we signed the Johnson yet.
Well, when I searched for Good Johnson on the forum today, yes, so you're absolutely right. He's mentioned whenever anyone ever mentions, a historical failure in a transfer, it's always his name, or Carlos Bacca is the other one that comes up quite frequently. But Good Johnson is always there. He's like, the whole the Carrick deal thing that is legend on KUMB from right back in the
jokes.
Day.
Yeah, same as Josh's missus is legendary, and that was before my time, but I've heard of it.
Ida Good Johnson, could have been a star for West Ham, but chose Tottenham instead. 2 years ago, Pinky, another one of those players from the Championship, signed for an initial fee of £14 million from Hull City, with add-ons worth about another 7 or 8 million. Jared Bowen, has he come of age yet at West Ham? Is he ready for an England call-up?
Yeah. I think if you look at our first team, he's probably the second name that goes on the team sheet every week. Rice obviously the first, but I think Bowen would be absolutely in the manager's starting 11. Come rain or shine. I think he works incredibly hard, contributes plenty. I think he's got a bit more to give as well, but absolutely. Solid gold hit, no ifs, buts, or maybes. David Moyes has dipped into the Championship and plucked a gem. That's simple. Which is kind of like they are there. And if you look in our squad, Aaron Cresswell came from the Championship, and has done very well indeed. So there are players down there in certain positions that you could say, do you know what? I'll take a punt on him. Others that, let's say strikers, the gap is too big now. But you can get a centre-back that would do a job for you. Maybe not a starring position. But ask me who's been better value for West Ham. Craig Dawson at £3.5 million, or Issa Diop at 22. And if you're a manager and you've got a limited budget, sometimes raiding the Championship isn't the worst thing to do. I think Bowen, terrific signing. Very, very happy with what we've got there. And just to pick up on Nick's point earlier, he's just made the point. You can get value in the January window. It does exist.
I'm just looking at a spot of live reporting just come up now, which kind of illustrates the point, particularly on the bargain. Liverpool are in talks with Fulham over this Fabio Carvalho. Youngster, 19, but he's getting some good write-ups. And Liverpool's initial offer was £5 million. Now, I mean, that will be one that won't be completed till the summer. I think Fulham are determined to keep hold of him. If he goes now, it'll be a buy now, loan back job. So he can sort of help them with their promotion bid. But you know, Liverpool's initial offer 5 million. I say no use, no, wouldn't have been any use to us this window, but as say, just illustrates the point that there are even at striker level there are potential. I mean, yeah, I take Piggy's point. It's rarer that you'll find a striker at that level who can make the step up, but you know, you're looking at more at potential for striker level. But yeah, there's still players down there.
But this is how difficult it is. This is how difficult it is. You know, I'm no fan of Issa Diop. I mean, you know, I think we've done that to death. Yeah, and he cost 22 million. Andrei Yarmolenko, 17 million. Okay, so there's two players there that we've done 40 million quid on, who aren't getting in any West Ham United supporters starting 11 if the rest of the squad are fit anytime soon. So when David Moyes goes to the market to try and strengthen what he has, they said, well, Yarmolenko 3 years ago was 17 million. In today's market, that'd be closer to 40 million. So for 40 million in that kind of position, you're likely to be getting something a little bit better than Yarmolenko. And again, if you're David Moyes, you're sitting there going, am I better off sitting on my piggy bank now and going double or quits in the summer and go again, when I might have 90 million pounds to spend, or I can get the player I really want? Or do I buy a player that I'm being asked to compromise on in too many aspects of his game? And you know, we'll sit here and criticise all day long because it's a bit of fun and what have you. But this is a really hard industry. Now, it really is hard because it's not about whether the player wants to come to you. You've got to deal with the agent first. Until the agent says, yeah, we're now in a position to have a conversation. Then you deal with the club. And all of that's going on. And you end up with an absurd situation where Barcelona are essentially bankrupt, can sign Aubameyang from Arsenal and pay him a king's ransom. How does that work? And yet this is the arena in which David Sullivan and Daniel Kretinsky have to operate in, and to a certain extent David Moyes. Very difficult, very difficult.
I give Yarmolenko the benefit of the doubt though, because he had a severe case of the Failberts, didn't he? Not long after he joined. What he would have been like if he hadn't snapped his Achilles quite so soon into his West Ham career. So I think that might be a little bit harsh on him. I know he's not particularly great now, but the Yarmolenko we signed isn't the Yarmolenko we got once he came back from his Achilles injury. So, and that could happen to anyone. That could happen to Declan Rice. So, no, I'm not saying, I can't bring myself to say it, but you know where I'm going with it.
There is another angle to this, of course, as well, where you've got Yarmolenko, who I don't suppose for a minute is one of the club's top paid players, but he'll be on a decent whack. Now, there's more money in the Premier League than there is, say, in the Bundesliga, than there is in any number of other European leagues. So, you know, we've got a player there that a lot of teams in Europe actually probably wouldn't mind signing. They, you know, Yarmolenko would probably fit in a lot better at a lot of different clubs. But at the end of the day, he's on whatever he's on, and those clubs couldn't afford what he's on now. So there's less of an imperative for him to move. Yeah, because you know he's on a good watch, even if he is just coming off the bench for 10 minutes a game every now and then. I mean, the ultimate in that, of course, was Chelsea's Winston Bogarde, who who basically just said, "Well, you know, I'm on this much a week." Every time a club came into him, he said, "Well, this is what I'm on," and they said, "We can't afford that. Will you take a wage cut?" And he just said no. Yeah, Chelsea made him train with the kids, and he did everything his contract demanded of him. He would turn up on time. He was never late. He'd train with the kids, and when they finished, they said, "Right, you go home." He'd go home, and
you know where he was living, don't you?
No, what's that?
He was living in Amsterdam.
Yeah,
he'd be in every morning.
Yeah,
to the Chelsea training ground at Cobham.
Yeah,
do the laps of the training ground, shower off, back to the airport, home to the Netherlands.
Yeah, and he did everything that contract demanded. I mean, it got quite funny at the end because it got to the end of the season or towards the end of the season, and Chelsea stuck up on their website the voting thing for Player of the Year, and of course they just had everybody, squad members and everything, and of course people noticed it, started voting for him. He was getting what he thought. They quietly took him off it, but yeah, I mean that's the ultimate. That's taking it to its ultimate. And basically, as soon as his contract finished, he said, "Thank you very much. I now retire." So, he was quite open about it, and it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd pay to play for West Ham, for example, if I could. But at the end of the day, if you look at it as just a job, then you can't blame him for doing that to a certain extent.
Yeah. On that note, ladies, and can I just stop? Sorry, Graeme. On that note, I need to go as I have to get myself sorted out for a very early morning to go to work. But it's been a pleasure as usual. It's actually been quite fun considering that we are getting nobody in. But hey, we wouldn't have had a
1 hour, 37 minutes
chewing the cud around the campfire if it was a normal one.
16 seconds left. I still believe we're getting a player in.
Nick, thank you.
I'll see you all soon.
We're staying up. Nick, thanks for joining us. Have a good day tomorrow, mate. We'll see you again soon on the Eyes Up Mother Brown stream. Take care, buddy.
Indeed.
Cheers, Nick.
Good.
Cheers, matey.
Cheers, Nick.
Okay, so there it is, and then there were 4. We have how long have we got, Pinky, exactly now?
1 hour, 36 minutes and 46 seconds.
Okay, I've just had a quick look at Twitter to see if there's any news whatsoever, and my timeline, I'm afraid, is just packed with basically a string of GSB out hashtags. So people obviously not particularly impressed by what's happened so far. But of course, as Pinky says, it's still 96 minutes or whatever it is left to go. So you never know. But anyway, let's go back for a bit to those signings of yore. Thank you very much. Thank you. Needed that. Oh, I forgot to bring one out earlier. Coke, by the way, nothing dodgy. Couple very, very quickly, a couple of deadline day transfers that you might have forgotten over the years. 2006, we signed an Argentinian on loan from Deportivo on transfer deadline day. Gentlemen, you'll start off at 10.
Line was Scaloni.
Scaloni, of course. Yeah, always remembered for giving the ball away. Actually, it's a bit harsh because Liverpool put him under pressure, didn't they, in the 2006 cup final that year?
Cheating
Scousers. Yeah. Following year, we sent a player out on loan to Derby, fullback. I think he was a right back. I'm trying to think who he came from. I'm not giving you much on this one, so I'll just tell you.
Tyrone, yeah. I was going to say Tyrone.
Derby, didn't it?
Was it Derby we signed him from? And then
didn't we? I've got a funny feeling we got him in from Preston. Played a few games.
That's right, Preston, yeah.
Preston rings
and then we sent him out Derby on loan because when he got fit, we had other players in there. So,
didn't really get a chance, did he? 2014, we signed a player on loan from Napoli. You'll start for 10.
Pablo Nero.
Oh, Rio, he's on the ball tonight. On the ball. Pablo Armero played a few games for us.
Pablo Armero probably wouldn't have remembered that.
It was such a brief stay.
Sorry, Pablo who?
The young left back.
Yes, about 52 years old. 2018, we sold a player back to Swansea.
That's got to be Ayew, isn't it?
Ayew, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ayew, Andre Ayew went back to Swansea for 18 million. We got back. I think we paid around 23, 24, if I recall correctly. So didn't take a huge hit on him, but Ghanaian superstar, whose brother, of course, scored against us the other day for Palace, or a few weeks back.
He got Andre got sent off playing for Ghana in the African Cup of whatever. Couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
I think he was captain, wasn't he?
Yeah. Good example there.
On the BBC website, it always says AFCON, and I think it's a cup of nonsense because I've seen some of them games and it's an absolute shambles.
African Cup of Soup.
African Cup of Soup, yeah.
Sorry, I'm going back to Amiro here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So he's made 5 appearances for the famous West Ham.
Yep.
Now, 2014, I'd have been at all of these games. I mean, no question. Yeah. No question. Away to Stoke, away to Sunderland, home to Liverpool, away to the Arsenal, home to Palace. Okay.
Yeah.
Nope. If you held a gun to my head and said, I mean, I'm looking at a picture of him now. No, sorry. What was he? Where did he play? What was his position?
Left back.
Wasn't he? Yeah, I think he was left back.
Yeah.
Well,
capped 50 times for Colombia.
Yeah, I hate to stereotype, but you just said if you held a gun to your head, and because he's from Colombia, that might well have happened.
But, very the tendencies there. Home to Liverpool, 34,977 saw him play that day. Well, actually, 34,976 saw him play that day because. No, sorry.
Well, he obviously enjoyed playing for West Ham, because I've just found an old news story on KUMB where he said he wanted to secure a permanent contract at the club. To quote, he said, "It's a new experience for me in the UK, but it's very good. I like it. It's very fast and exciting, and I like how the crowd, except Pinky, obviously, enjoy the games. I would like to have a good end to the season in the future and sign a new contract with the team." That was after 3 appearances, so he must have been really impressed, mustn't he, by what he'd seen. But as it transpired, of course, sent back to Napoli at the end of the season, didn't play any long. But yeah, there's one blast from the past. Pinky,
Rio, I doff my cap to you, sir. I absolutely doff my cap to you.
Definitely.
Well, we're gonna end on a rather humorous note in terms of transfer deadline day signings or departures from the past, and Nick's already touched on him actually before he left, and I'm going to come back to it now. 13 years ago today, my tweet from earlier reads, Real Madrid shocked the footballing world by signing Julian Faubert, who admitted that he thought he was the victim of a prank caller when he got the call from his agent telling him that Real Madrid wanted to take him to Spain. And of course, the signing produced that memorable image, which you can see on the KUMB.com Twitter feed, of Alfredo Di Stefano looking in sort of some kind of bemusement at the new signing, Faubert wearing number 18. Of course, there was that famous story, Rio, of him falling asleep on the bench during a game, I think it was against Villarreal, which he later said was not true. He just got caught by the camera with his eyes closed momentarily for a second. But can you still make any sense of that signing, even 13 years on?
No, not one iota. I can make more sense of him falling asleep because Spanish football is a bit dull. Let's face it, by and large. But that was a desperation move by Real, and having seen him play, obviously the YouTube footage of him in his full flight for his French side, he looks amazing.
Yeah.
Another victim of injury, deprived him of everything, like every attribute he had, every positive one. Yeah, that was just the weirdest one, wasn't it? It was the Atletico era in full flight, and he turns up there.
It was some sort of mistake on their part. They got the wrong player. Perhaps they were looking for Jordan Hugel, obviously. But I mean, yeah, that was a very unlucky player. He did his Achilles out in China on that pre-season jaunt we had out there.
Oh,
and prior to him sort of signing. In France, I think they'd nickname him TGV, which is the high-speed train out there, don't they? So, yeah. So, no doubt, that was another sort of problem we had. We didn't go out and even sign a replacement bus service, did we?
What you're saying there, though, it's like when Manchester City first got the Saudi or the Abu Dhabi money in. Yeah. And I think Gary Cook was their chief executive, and they're on a conference call, with guys in Manchester, guys in London, guys in the Middle East. And the line wasn't particularly good. And one of them said, "This is getting messy." Okay, and they were halfway through faxing an offer to Barcelona for Lionel Messi before they realised they got it clarified.
Yeah.
No, it's not Messi we want. He's just saying the call was getting messy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But actually, we've come across a couple of those. I mean, Yarmolenko got injured early on in a match. And Faubert, as you say, got injured in pre-season. And going back, there are a few others I remember. Simon Webster.
Yes.
Broke his leg. And Richard Hall, we brought from Southampton. Yeah. Both got injured in pre-season, and that was it. You know what I mean? So, I mean,
Dare Hammer. What was his name?
Sorry?
Hitzelsberger.
Hammer. Hitzelsberger.
Oh, Hitzelsberger. Yeah, again, he got injured. Well, Graeme and I saw what we think might have been his actual debut in a pre-season match at we got very wet in Kitzbühel where we beat Panathinaikos 1-0, and I don't think I've ever been as wet at a football match ever. He scored a free kick that day, and we thought, oh, this is going to be an interesting signing, and he then got injured, didn't he? He got done in a pre-season match in Germany, didn't he? There was a horrific tackle on him that really did for him. He didn't make an appearance until I think it was the third round of the cup in January. When we saw him, we thought, oh, good on a dead ball, isn't he? And I got very, very weird memories of that trip, including when we watched that game. We were all along one side of the pitch. The other side of the pitch was there was a little bit of grass, and then it went straight up a mountain, and there were goats watching from halfway up the mountain.
They were, yeah, it was bizarre. And was it Panathinaikos? Did you say?
Yeah,
it was Panathinaikos. They had all the flares, didn't they? There was about 100 of them in this tiny little enclosure. That looked like a Sunday League stadium, and they were throwing flares and all sorts. So
it was sort of giving it like full Champions League final works, and we were just trying to keep dry.
Yeah, unbelievable, very, very strange. Yeah,
I do have other memories of that trip, but we won't go into those.
Was that the day our coach broke down on the way to the game?
Yeah.
We all had to stop and.
I mean, it'd been so hot, hadn't it? We got out there, I think, on the Tuesday or the Wednesday, and it had been so hot for the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Friday it suddenly within about 10 minutes it suddenly skies went black. All the street lights came on at about 2:00 in the afternoon. And it just hammered it down. It was one of those ones where you got in and I had to peel my shirt off me. It's shirt sticking to it so wet. It was
yes, good trip. Good trip. Good week away that was. Julian Faubert, coming back to Faubert briefly, for the record, West Ham received, I think we paid 3 million to sign him, to bring him to West Ham, and the loan fee to Real Madrid was 1.5 million. And he played 2 games for Real during his spell over there. So not an unqualified success. But the funny thing about that, of course, was that they made sure that when they arranged that deal, they inserted a fee to buy him. If at the end of the, if the loan spell proved successful, that was upon Real's insistence. So for some reason they didn't do it in the end. I'm not quite sure why, but anyway, gentlemen, there's one more I've missed. 10 years ago today, we signed an 18-year-old for £650,000. Any ideas? 10 years ago. Played with Michael Antonio the other night.
Ravel
Morrison. 10 years ago today. Rio, does it seem that long ago?
No, not at all. I'm still bewildered that the fact his career disappeared up the Swanee so badly. I watched the Nottingham Forest v Derby match. I think it was last weekend.
Yeah.
And he came on as a sub, promptly made a pretty woeful tackle and he sparked about 20-man brawl. And I thought, you can't take Manchester out that boy at all, can you? And that's what he needed. He needed to get away from Manchester and all the issues that he had. It's a waste of a gem of a talent. It still hurts me to this day, to be honest.
He's only 28. This is extraordinary, Pinky, isn't it? That you know, and you look at the clubs. 11 clubs he's had since leaving West Ham. I'll briefly go through them. Birmingham City, QPR, Cardiff, Lazio, QPR again, Atlas in Mexico. Had a spell out there. Ostersund, it's Denmark, isn't it? Ostersund,
Yeah, Sweden.
Right, Danish.
Sheffield United, Middlesbrough, Den Haag, in the Netherlands, and then of course back with Rooney at Derby County. He's never played. The most games he's played for a single club was Birmingham City, 27 games.
Yeah, and I saw a lot of him when he was a youth team player at Manchester United. Him and Pogba, Paul Pogba, on his first turn at in Man United. And of the two, you know, they were the two star players in that particular setup.
Yeah.
And undoubtedly Morrison was the better player. No question. He was the star that was shining brightest at that age. And unfortunately, and again, come back to this is how difficult a job it is. You know, it's the old thing that hard work will beat talent when talent doesn't work hard. And I'm afraid Pogba worked a bit harder than Morrison did at the time.
Yeah.
Got the fat contracts, got the big deals, and will have a very comfortable life for the rest of his days. Ravel Morrison, you can pretty much guarantee he'll be on the front page of a newspaper 15 years from now, and not a very happy story. Okay.
Yeah.
You know it's coming. It's a car crash that's unfolding, and it's his whole life. A supremely talented player, but if you're a football manager, it isn't just can you trap the ball, have you got on first touch, can you do this, can you do that?
Yeah.
Can you follow a basic instruction of how I want the team to play? And part of that is you've got to turn up to training every day. You know, and even in his days at West Ham, when we were sending taxis to pick him up to make sure you come to training. I mean, you know, I'm not sure everyone quite grasps the extent the club go to get players into training, and they try really hard, you know, to do whatever it takes to give the player the very best chance.
Yeah.
And eventually, no manager is going to put up with a player that repeatedly just won't do it, and or turns up to training and won't apply himself, and blah blah blah. Yeah. And that's the story of Morrison's career, and it's a real shame, you know, because undoubtedly he's a very skillful player. I mean, the day over at the Lane, you know, which will surely go down in his greatest ever game of football, where he had one magical afternoon at White Hart Lane for West Ham United, and did the business for us over there. But it isn't enough, and you know, sadly, he'll get to a ripe old age, and he'll look back on it, and he'll know he could have been great, really great. But he'll be going to that column that says not quite good enough.
Yeah. I mean, you remember at the time, I don't know if you recall, but he was in the under-21 setup, wasn't he, with England? And there was videos going around of him scoring the most ridiculous goals from all kinds of angles. And we thought we had an absolute superstar in our hands. But no, you know, I suppose it was entirely predictable. But, you know, as often has been said over the years, if someone, a manager of the caliber of Alex Ferguson, can't get a tune out of him, then you know, Sam Allardyce isn't likely to be able to, or for too long anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can do if somebody at the time doesn't really want to be helped, and clearly he didn't really. He thought he knew better. I think he was classic example though of young player, probably badly advised at various points of his career.
Yeah.
You know, he's almost the anti-Declan Rice, who seems to have got such a sort of wise head on his shoulders.
Yeah.
You know, it's but yeah, there is only so much you can do. I mean, he's not alone in that. What was the name of the guy who was at Newcastle and ended up at Southend via
Nile Ranger?
Nile Ranger, that was it. Yeah, I mean, you know, same sort of thing. I mean, I wouldn't say Nile Ranger was in any way shape, or form anywhere near as good as Morrison. But the same sort of thing happened. He just had convictions after convictions, and at the end of the day, you're a football club. You're not going to. You can only stand for so much. And I mean, from what Pinky said, I mean, he didn't have a particularly good game in that particular game, but he's sort of knuckling down a little bit under Rooney at Derby. And, he's kind, I mean, one lousy tackle starts abroad, but he's kind of keeping out of trouble at the moment. And, I just wish him well. Perhaps he's growing up a little bit, but it's too little too late, really. I mean, at 28, there's somebody who should be in the prime of his career playing for England.
Yeah.
Because he's one of the most gifted players of his generation. Instead, he's on minus something points with Derby County, wondering if the club will exist next week. I mean, the only club who seem to want him at the moment are one that can't afford to actually sign players anyway. Not allowed to sign players anyway. So, very sad.
Played 21 times now for Derby, which is the second highest tally in his career.
By all accounts, he's sort of knuckling down a bit there, but it's.
He's also played 8 times for Jamaica since 2020. So, I mean, I think we all wish him the best, wouldn't we? You'd like to see him. He's had a torrid time as a kid and growing up, and had a most unusual upbringing. And as I think this is something that Pinky's always pointing out, is that at the end of the day, these are still people. Just because they play football for a living doesn't mean they're not subject to the same trials and tribulations as everyone else. And obviously he's had a terribly difficult upbringing, and we wish him all the best anyway. As I say, as Gnome says, he's doing all right at Derby at the moment. He's got his head down. Apart from, as Rio said, that horrendous tackle when he nearly started World War III in the East Midlands in the Forest and Derby the other day. But anyway, apart from that, he's getting some games under his belt. So anyway, there you go. That's our little look back at transfer window deals of the past few years. We've gone on a little bit longer than I thought. But anyway, that's because... I'll come back to it. West Ham still, Pinky, I think. Well, what are we down to now? An hour and 10, 15 minutes or so?
An hour and 16, hour and 16. I mean, we're cutting it fine,
Yeah.
I've just got this image, though, in Shea Sully, a bank of fax machines. It's going to be like that scene. I don't know if you ever saw the Tom Cruise film, The Firm, which obviously would star Declan Rice if they remade it, because they are lookalikes. Okay, but
they are a bit, aren't they? Yeah.
There's a scene in it where the crucial fax comes off the end of the machine, falls on the floor, and rolls underneath it, so the FBI can't find it or something like that. Okay, and I've just got this image in my head of Sully sending a fax for the £250 million cash bid for Lionel Messi to PSG, and the PSG chairman there, just dozing off for a little while, doesn't see the fax coming, drop off the end of his machine, and he'll get up tomorrow, and he'll be moving, stuff around in the office, and he'll find this offer from West Ham, and Sully will be there. I told you I bid for Messi and all the rest of it. But no, I mean, all the old ones, we know our fax machine won't have any toner in it, and we won't have paid the phone bill, and there'll be no one who can type the offer up, and Sully's pen would have run out of ink, all the rest of it. I mean, on the KUMB earlier today, someone put up a copy of the email for Carvalho, wasn't it? For, here's our non-bid bid for your player, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And never mind Boris Johnson, the Sue Gray sort of, report. I demand that we have a full and frank, full disclosure of every inquiry that we make for players. I mean, what a book it would make. David Sullivan, on his way out the door, I told you I was working tirelessly. I mean, page after page of bids for players that were never going to come. I bid £8.10. Yeah. for Neymar, yeah, and he wouldn't join us. There'd be a booking there somewhere for him, but I'd like to know the £50 million bid that we had turned down this week. Did we get to the bottom of, was that Rafinha? Was it Calvin Phillips? Yeah. Or, God forbid, was it Dallas or Ayling? I mean, I'd like to know which of them it really was, because the first two I could live with. Bamford I could live with. But if it's the last two names I gave you, in terms of Ayling or Dallas, I'd be seriously concerned. The thing is, we don't really know, do we? The rumour was it was Rafinha, and then it crept out a little bit that actually we'd bid for Calvin Phillips.
Well, there was also the rumour that there were up to 5 bids in that area had been submitted in the last week. Now, as you mentioned there, we know about Rafinha, we know about Phillips, we know about Nunez today. Rio, any guesses who the other two might have been? Assuming there was something in it.
I'm only presuming one of them's for another fax machine, because we've got the only one left in the world.
I'm going to say, we will definitely, actually, it wouldn't surprise me if we were still using telex. So no wonder nobody's getting back to us, because you're typing away on the old telex machine there, and it's pressing send because it's got nowhere to go. One for the kids there.
Yeah. No, many ideas? Who would you guesstimate if you forced to push? No ideas, Pinky?
No ideas. No. I have my doubts that the veracity.
We could be plucking names out of thin air, couldn't we? And we're never going to know. But anyway, there is some movement. Briefly, just in terms of other clubs. Now, interestingly, Arsenal apparently, according to Pedro Almeida, who is considered to be one of the uppermost ITKs in Europe, suggests that Arsenal have asked Benfica about Darwin this evening, but been turned down. And apparently Benfica are saying it's too late. We don't want to lose the player until the end of the season. This, of course, Darwin Nunez, the player that West Ham were looking at over the last 48 hours, but couldn't reach an agreement. Who else have we got here? Brentford have signed Ericsson. Yeah, of course, that one's gone through, which that seems to be a great deal known for Brentford. I mean, it's kind of like, you become a Premier League club, you try to become established, and then you try and get a name, and it looks to me like that's the big name for Brentford. And putting them on the map.
Slightly distasteful though this might sound, they're obviously getting a bargain based on his recent health problems.
Almost certainly. Yeah.
So, and no doubt had he been able to, he'd have stayed at Inter.
Yeah.
But there is this rule in Italian football that you're not allowed to play with the onboard electronics, and which he's got a pacemaker fitted, which which that's why he's had to leave Inter. Right. So I'm guessing that obviously that the medics have cleared him to play professional football at that level with a pacemaker on board. I just, as you know, my dad had a heart attack a few years ago, so I'm a little bit wary whenever I see anything like that. And I just hope the player's safe more than anything else. That's my main concern on that. I mean, good luck to Brentford for getting him, but good luck to him. I hope he's.
Just know
I'm sure he wouldn't have signed without getting full backup from his doctors and his medical advisors. But it would worry me purely on a sort of human being basis. And again, I've got recent experience of seeing somebody keel over at a game I was playing in. So, it's not something.
It was usually you, wasn't it? I think
the Paddy Power marketing team will already be making the advert that says, Brentford next game, 4-1 to win, 10-1 the draw, 18-1 Ericsson won't make it as far as the centre circle. Yeah. I mean, it's coming, don't you?
It's something like that,
yeah. And the medics would have given him the green light.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will.
And probably said, look, it's good for you. Taking exercise is good for you. Whether or not within the player, I mean, you look at players who have had sort of like leg breaks and tendon damage and all the rest of it, and they start pulling out of challenges and aren't quite the same full-blooded player they were beforehand.
Yeah.
Whether or not you see the same Ericsson that we saw maybe 4 years ago, when, dare I say it, he was much nearer the peak of his game, remains to be seen. But if I was a Brentford fan, I'd actually be quite excited to be seeing him play.
Oh, you've got a decent player there, no doubt about it. And as I say, my sort of slightly uneasy feelings about it are purely down to personal experiences of late. As I say, I mean, you remember before Christmas a game I was playing and when somebody didn't make it to the end, and it does sort of kind of jaundice your views on things like this when normally I'll probably take a more sensible, reasoned approach to it. But I just have to say, I hope it works out for him and everyone's all right. That's the main thing on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree. Yeah. Totally agree. Hope he does well.
Other done deals. The Aaron Ramsey to Rangers deal has just been signed off.
Yeah, that's a strange one.
Yeah. I'm going to mention this not because it's going to make an impression on the Premier League, because it's definitely one for the future. But Brighton have signed an 18-year-old winger from Porto who's got the name of Benicio Baker Boti.
Isn't that what they named that submarine?
Yeah, but McBoatface. Yeah, yeah, they wouldn't name that. So Brighton. So Brighton's Benicio Baker Boti. It's like when we all had the 7 Bs in our team.
I was just going to say that. Yeah,
one, yeah.
BBB. Yeah. Well, there's a name you can't forget in a hurry.
Yeah.
Adil Abzal just posting on the live chat mentioned Mauricio Taricco earlier on when we were going through our players signed in the January transfer.
Add another one to our got injured.
Yeah, against Millwall, wasn't it? Played one game. It wasn't in January. I think he signed in November.
Yeah, because he was a free agent, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah, 2 days
outside
after he signed, he played.
Yeah, and
remarkably tore up his contract.
Yeah, fair play to him, because he said, "Look, this isn't going to. I'm not going to be able to do anything about this. I could sit here and take my money, but there you go. So, fair play to him."
Yep, no complaints. The transfer window's not closed, and someone's pointed me towards an article by our friend Sean Whetstone over on a certain blog, Claret and Hugh. I'm sure you've heard of it. Seems to be, of course, we know that Sean is closely aligned with certain members at the club, or via Hugh, of course, who used to be employed by David Sullivan when they worked at the Sunday Sport. It looks like the excuses are coming out a little bit early from Claret and Hugh. Sean writes an article on the Claret and Hugh blog tonight, talking about Moyes, saying that some call him Dithering Dave, the ditherer, and others call him Due Diligence Dave, but the man is more complex than a simple nickname. The manager makes the final decision, and in Moyes we trust until he crashes and burns. I hope the GSB out and Twitterati brigade don't use this stick to beat the board or as an excuse to reignite fan-led protests, but it may become inevitable given their track record. Do you make of that, Pink? It seems to be a bit of an unnecessary dig at his fellow fans from our friend Sean over there.
Yeah, and as I pointed out an hour ago, Danny Kaye, correct me if I'm wrong, my belief is he invested £170 million buying shares in West Ham United. Okay, something of that nature. Imagine if he'd been able to buy those shares for, say, £10 million, and we had £160 million to go and buy a player. So while Sean may, he's entitled to his opinion the same as anybody else, and so I'm certainly not going to be digging him out. But the fact is, the current owners, haven't got the funding in place to get the players the manager wants, who he won't dither over, or over whom he doesn't have to do quite so much due diligence. That's a fact. Because do you know what? Frank Lampard's been at Everton about 30 seconds and he's got 3 players in. Yeah. Newcastle changed hands a month ago. They've got a brand new back 4.
Yep.
Okay. And so, yes, well, they've got the Saudi money. It's unlimited. They've spent less than Kretinsky has spent buying his shares in West Ham United. So, this is a long-held bugbear of mine where, one owner of a football club passes it on to the next one, takes all the money out with a huge capital appreciation, and that money should really stay in the game rather than leave it. Yeah. And we see it in club after club. And, our current owners, Mr. Gold, Mr. Sullivan, they bought Birmingham City for, I think it was around about £1 million in the end, I think, when they bought it in the early days, and sold it for £83 million. Okay. So you'd think taking £82 million out of football would be enough. Okay. But then you acquire a controlling interest in West Ham United for, I think, £30 million, which was the quoted figure that Paul Pescisolido let slip one day.
Yes, train, yeah.
And they look like they're going to walk away with between 600 and 700 million. And we're sat there with an underperforming stand-in centre-back. We're sat there with inadequate cover at left-back. We're sat there with a converted striker, and he's the only one we've got. And David Moyes, well, he's done his bit. We're 5th, yeah? And just at what point do you think, have any of these people that actually own the club got any ambition for the club? So whilst Sean's entitled to his opinion, and he can say, look, let's not stir up ill feeling. It's not about ill feeling. This is about, where does the money go? And if Kretinsky has put in that money, and I'll apologise to the world if I've got that figure wrong, but that's ringing a bell in my head, that's the sort of investment that he's made. We want to see assets on the pitch. We're football supporters. And David Moyes, if you said to David Moyes, your budget's 50 million, well, that's one level. If you said your budget is 160 million pounds, David, then he would say, yeah, I'll have Calvert-Lewin, yeah, and do you know what? We'll test Chelsea's mettle and see if they'll knock us out Conor Gallagher, because that'll give them a bit more in midfield. Oh yeah, and the wages for Donny van der Beek won't be an issue, so we can take him on loan from Man United. And do you know what? I've got enough left over to take a punt on Ivan Toney from Brentford. So there you go. That's where my 160 million's going. Yeah. But with 50 million, you can't do those things. Liverpool, we were talking earlier about they're taking a 5 million gamble on a player from Fulham.
It's not a gamble,
£5 million to Liverpool is not a gamble. Yeah. It's a bar tip.
Yeah.
So West Ham United, yeah, that would probably be number 15 in our all-time list of signings. Yeah. I'll look it up later. So money does come into it. However much Sean and others, I understand their perspective, but the current board, by overpricing the shares in the club, have possibly denied a manager the opportunity of investment funds he badly needs. And for that, they should be held to account, in my opinion.
Okay. I'd go a little bit more basic on that and look exactly what he said. And he's obviously commenting on the fact that there are no signings coming in here.
Yeah.
And if you read the quote out, he said it's to be hoped that the GSB out. Sorry, Graeme, have you got the quote there?
Yeah, I hope the GSB out and Twitterati Brigade don't use this stick to beat the border as an excuse to reignite fan-led protests, but it may become inevitable given their track record.
It's ignoring the fan protest one way, a stick to beat the board with. So let's hope that we go into day 389 without having signed a striker is something that people shouldn't be annoyed with the board about that. Because that's what he's saying. Let's not use this as a stick to beat the board with. Well, we've got plenty, but I'm afraid that I'm all for balance and I'm all for a reasoned approach and all that. But you know, we're going in here. We're not signing a player. The squad desperately needs freshening up. We've been not just saying this now. We were saying this towards the end of last season. We've been saying it for years, really. But I mean, you know, in the current situation, we were saying it last season. We need freshening up. We're in Europe. Will we have that depth that we need to make a meaningful stab at Europe? And you know, it's don't use that as a stick to beat. Well, why not? Sorry, this is poor management of the club.
Yeah.
And
well,
you know,
let me just interject there, Gnome. But Sean, in this little piece he's written, goes further and says that you know, he says if David Sullivan had been able to, he would almost certainly have forced a player or two through the door, as he has for the previous 29 years of ownership. So I think what he's doing there is essentially blaming, not just trying to let Sullivan off the hook, but he's blaming fairly and, you know, quite obviously David Moyes for not making any signings, not using the funds available.
So yeah, but we've all seen what happens when Mr. Sullivan forces a player through the door. We've just spent, you know, last hour picking a few names out of the hat. You know, we came up with a player whose name Rio brought up. I've forgotten already. You know, it's that sort of thing. You know, players turning up without, you know, turning up on the training pitch with Allardyce saying, "Oh, who's he then?" You know, it's that. So yeah, you can't have it both ways.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good stuff. Rio, do you want to comment on that before we move on?
I just find it incredibly strange. If David Moyes is delivering over bringing players in, it's because he doesn't feel they're the right players for West Ham.
Yeah.
As Noam rightly pointed out, the likes of Wellington Paulista, Wally Lopez, etc., etc., etc. If you look on the internet, there's a huge article of a list of, I think it's 50 strikers under the Golden Sullivan reign who we brought in. None of them are stuck for one reason or another. And there's a reason for that, because they're not good enough. David Moyes' record so far since he's come back into the club has been second to none. You can only fault really one of his signings, and that was probably Jordan Hugill. But look what he's done with a threadbare squad, slim pickings in terms of transfer budgets. He's performed miracles. Do not deflect ineptness elsewhere onto the manager, because he's not sure on bringing a player in who clearly isn't up to scratch. And if you're going to blame Moyes for this particular instance, what about in the year when under Allardyce we went into the New Year's break in the top four and we didn't invest and didn't push on? Under the Bilic era, hot riding high, we didn't invest properly and push on for that Champions League spot. Once is unfortunate, twice is rings the alarm bells, 3 times is there's something seriously amiss. And it's the 3rd time this has happened under our ownership's reign, and it doesn't sit comfortably with me, and that criticism doesn't sit comfortably with me at all.
Let us know what you think, guys. So you've heard what the chaps here have had to say about, you know, we're not looking to play a blame game here, but be interesting to hear what you think about who you feel is responsible for the lack of movement so far. Is it David Moyes dithering, as he's been accused of from some quarters? Is it the board not providing the funds, or is it just other clubs pricing them, you know, their players out of the market, and January being a particularly difficult time to pin players of quality down? Let us know. Anyway, Gnome, I think you mentioned, was it you who mentioned about Carvalho going to Liverpool and going back to Fulham on loan for the rest of the season?
Yeah, the latest, there's just been a slight update on that, where Liverpool and Fulham have agreed a deal after lengthy negotiations. An undisclosed fee has just been settled. They've just got now to race against time to give them a medical and sort out personal terms before the window shuts. Carvalho's expected, as they say, to stay with Fulham for the rest of the season. So
cool.
I guess there's no real rush for that. For that, in that case, yeah, they can conclude a deal in principle, I suppose, as long as the transfer doesn't actually happen until the summer.
I've been confirmed by GFFN, Get French Football News, pretty good source from the other side of the channel, that Coletta Sarr will not be leaving Marseille tonight. That's definitely off. And that's another potential signing. Pretty much the last one, I guess, Pinky, that we were probably looking at. I mean, we're inside the last hour now, aren't we? So even any sort of last minute loan signing, you're thinking you would have heard of it by now. So I think we can probably safely say that is it for West Ham today.
No,
January in total.
No. That's the sort of loser mentality that I want to go and stand elsewhere in a relegation season. I'm not having that.
Yeah.
There's still 53 minutes and 15 seconds left. Okay, and it only takes a second to score a goal, but it takes the same amount of time to sign a player. So let's not be surrendering too soon. Yeah.
All right.
Not sure, Palace have turned the Mateta loan deal that they've got into a permanent transfer. That's just been chucked out on the BBC there. Jean-Philippe Mateta.
I can't recall the play. What does he play?
He's a striker. Yeah. So he was on loan from Mainz to to Palace, and
he came on quite late against us and almost scored, I think.
Everyone does that, though, don't they?
Yes, could you narrow the field a bit, please?
That Liverpool fee for Carvalho, around 10 million euros, according to Fabrizio Romano, another European ITK, which brings me on actually to something else I wanted to discuss quickly. ITKs get the hits and the revenue rolling in the transfer window. It's a big thing. It's a big business these days. One of our own at West Ham who charges a few bob for transfer news, much the way his club call used to do back in the day, and used to do very well for himself. But is this the question I want to ask? I'll start with you, Gnome, on this one. Are ITKs at West Ham doomed now? We've seen an awful lot of rumours come out of West Ham, of an awful lot of names associated with West Ham, should I say, but not necessarily out of West Ham. Has David Moyes managed to close the door on that sort of thing? And if so, do you think that's right, that clubs should conduct their business in private if possible, or are you quite happy for that knowledge to be out there in the public domain?
Much as we'd all like to know everything, take a step back, take a bit of a pragmatic view. I'm always happier when the first we know about a signing is about 10 minutes before somebody's pictured holding a shirt up in the air, I mean, I guess if you are a genuine ITK, you're on a little bit of a hiding for nothing, because you'll hear your sources will give you information about players that we're interested in or likely to make a bid on. And particularly at our club, you'll only hear I mean, there's many a slip between cup and lip and all that, as they say. So, you'll put out something saying that we're interested in so and so, and sort of 2 days later the deal's collapsed because the usual thing that we put in a bid of £2.50 for a player worth 50 million. And then I mean, you can't win, I suppose, because you say, well, we were interested and we're going to put a bid in. And then it collapses, and everyone turns around and says, "You said we were signing this bloke," and you can only do so much. To be honest, I haven't read much ITK stuff, if at all. And these things come from my Twitter feed, and I kind of ignore them. I should really stop following people, really, if I don't want to read the stuff. But
there is that. But we all enjoy it, don't we? We all love a little snippet of,
I don't read the stuff, and so I mean, but clearly there's a market for it out there that and I have to know everything about the club and what's going on. But from a practical standpoint, I prefer us to just present a new player. And I mean, all this deadline day, which stuff, which really, it's only become a big thing in recent years. I mean, you basically, it's a way of Sky filling up hours and hours of Sky Sports news, paint everything yellow, make a big thing of it. I mean, last year's when it was the COVID one, and pretty much nothing happened really. It was
yes,
and it was hilarious to watch because it was like you kind of thought serves you right. You had all these Sky people, sort of at clubs stood by the front door freezing their bits off, and nothing was happening. And it was like, yeah, well, there's only sort of 14 hours. 12 minutes 48 seconds left of this, and it's like,
yeah,
and you can see the poor presenters going 14 hours of this I've got
yeah. Well,
so
I mean,
it
me,
did make for amusing stuff. I mean, it's been a bit more,
yeah,
a little bit more sort of perhaps busy, but
yeah. I mean, for me it's never been the same since they got rid of the scenario where the reporter would stand in front of the fans and they would wave dildos in their ear and stuff like that, you know. And
what was it? There was one year it was that every ground there should be some concerted effort to shout a particular rude word every time. It happened at every single ground they went to.
Yeah,
very infantile, very puerile, but I did laugh.
Rio, ITKs, booming or bust?
For me, bust. And I'd much rather clubs do their business behind closed doors. As Gnome says, I don't want to hear about it until the moment it happens and that shirt's being held up.
Yeah.
There's a whole business being created through just people adding 2 and 2 together and getting 4.5. It's all largely guesswork, plucking things out of thin air, and it's not for us. And let's face it, KUMB's been in operation for how long, Graeme? Plug for the anniversary.
It might be 25 years this year.
25 years. In those 25 years, we've had probably one of the biggest and only real pieces of in-the-know information. When Sick Note broke the
Wimbledon
triple
deal.
transfer from Wimbledon.
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
he was in the know because he was tidying Ray Lewington's bathroom.
Unbelievable.
You know?
Unbelievable.
How many people who claim themselves being in the know spend hours traipsing around people's bathrooms who in the football business going, do you need anything doing? By the way, who are we signing? There's only one way to do it, and that was the way. It was us. Yeah. We was there first. We blew it.
It's
true. We were. Adam Noland, wasn't it? And Nigel Rio-Coker. I think we signed them both.
And Joby McAnuff.
Around that.
Joby McAnuff. Yeah, of course. I mean,
what happened was Sick Note was sitting down having a cup of tea with Ray Lewington, and his son Dean was involved up at Wimbledon / Milton Keynes, and came in and said, "Oh, hello, mate." He says, "By the way, three of our players got pulled out of training today to go and talk to you a lot."
Yeah,
because I do remember that when we, I think next time I turned up at a press room, and I can't remember who the press guy was at the time. Might have been Stringer, maybe Stringer, maybe not. But
I think that was a long time before Paul.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think it was Peter Stewart, but it might have been whoever it was. Anyway,
it wasn't Greg at that time, was it? Was that before Greg? It might have been.
I can't remember.
Greg D.
Whoever it was came up to me quietly in a corner one Saturday and said, "How'd you get that stuff about Wimbledon?" I just sort of smiled. And he said, "Okay," he says, "I don't expect you to tell me. Just tell me one thing." He says, "Did it come from inside this club?" And I said, "No." I said, "Be honest, mate, no, it didn't." I said, "That's all I'm going to say." And he said, "I said we just had a bit of luck, that's all." And he said, "Fair enough."
From inside the Kazi, actually.
Yeah.
to be precise.
So, yeah. So I said we had a bit of luck, and he said, "Fair enough." And but yeah, it was funny. That was it.
Yeah, we've had a few of those funny ones over these. I mean, the first one I think that the site broke when we could genuinely claim to be ITK was back in 2000 when just before we signed Titi Kamara from Liverpool. And as I recall, I think West Ham were playing Everton actually that weekend. And one of our regulars on the forum at that time, of course, we're going back to the days of the old Blue Forum, I think, 2000, wasn't it? I think Kamara signed just after we got the Rio money, if I recall correctly. But one of our number just happened to be coming out of a hotel lobby at the same time as Harry Redknapp was coming out with the team, and they got talking. And Harry, as was his way, was quite happy to give away all the club secrets, and just happened to tell him about this lad that they were signing from Liverpool. Of course, Titi Kamara is a well-known player, and of course the the supporter in question got in touch with me straight away and said, "You never believe this, but I've just been having a chat with Harry Redknapp, and this is who we're signing." So that, and I think that was our first bit of exclusive breaking news, sort of 20 years ago.
We also had the one that I got about a signing we didn't do because the player probably wasn't good enough anyway. But do you remember I had where I used to drink? The bloke who discovered Rio and Anton.
Yes,
used to occasionally drink it. Dave Chandler, something like that. His name was anyway. And I got introduced. He was a massive, great bloke. He had a driver take him everywhere. And I said, "How are we up to?" He said, "Here's one for you." He said, "I'm off up to Glasgow to watch Kevin Muscat for West Ham." And that sort of came out, didn't it? It was he said, could you leave it until I'm up there before you put it in? So we put
Filthy
the
player.
And of course everyone went ballistic. We don't want that thug here, do we?
We've had a couple of those over the years, though, haven't we? You remember Ben Thatcher?
Yeah.
Everyone went mad, didn't they, when we signed him for? And he played for us, I think, didn't he? Rio for a couple of games. I think Ben Thatcher didn't he play a couple of pre-season matches and
definitely a couple of pre-seasons, yeah.
And then there was of course the scandal with Diouf.
That was it. Yeah, I was trying to think of what was the one with the Allardyce era, where
we ended up at who's the team who played in the red and white hoops who we played in the championship. I think he scored against us, didn't he? Was it
Doncaster?
Doncaster,
yeah. Everyone went mad at that one, didn't they? But we've had a couple. But Pinky, just coming back to this ITK question, are you a fan of this? Of people breaking news on behalf of the club, or pretending to be ITK and taking their scoops from elsewhere?
Did
you see any harm with it?
It's a lot of nonsense, really, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, no one really knows anything other than the manager, the chairman, the player, the player's agent, and they're all playing the game at both ends, all points in between. Information, misinformation, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
In simpler times, we'd pick up the Daily Mirror and read a sign someone called Frank McAvenny, and who's he? Who's he? What is he? Where's he come from? What does it say? Yeah, and you make your own mind up about the player when you turned up on Saturday, because there was no YouTube to do a quick search on and all the rest of it. And you'd have a look and say, "Oh, he can play a bit." "Oh, God, no, what have we done?" Yeah, that was how it was. But it's almost like an industry in itself. And I'm just looking at this Fabrizio Romano chap who aggregates clearly a lot of information and pushes it out there. It's interesting that one of the club's main sponsors, Heineken, have actually got him in the Heineken Experience Centre in Amsterdam, hosting an 8-hour show today.
Really?
For transfer deadline day. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Live streamed, yeah. So that is why I appeared at the start of the show with a pint of Heineken, okay. Because in KUMB TV, this is not for sale. These are honest opinions, not being given for lucre, filthy dollar. This is the show that buys its own beer. Okay, so that's the key thing here. But there's a whole industry growing up around this guy.
Yeah,
because he seems to be the go-to, whether it's an ITK or just to go that's able to receive info and pump it out again very quickly. But if enough people look at it, it takes on a life of its own. And there we go. He's just been tweeting. Mbappe is, agreed to sign for Real Madrid in the summer as a free agent.
Yeah.
So there's a player who PSG would have hoped to be knocking out for hundreds of millions at some point.
Yeah.
They lose for nothing. And if that is correct. But no, it's a bit of fun. I wouldn't take any of it too seriously. And let's be honest, when the Icelandics turned up, and we were having great fun on KUMB with people putting up pictures of Parker. And of course, it's the Thunderbirds character. Parker arrives at Upton Park and he's there with Lady Penelope in the car with him. You know, so that kind of stuff is a bit of fun. But in all seriousness, I think the number of people that genuinely know very much what's going on is extremely limited. And I think in particular in the Moyes era, I think he's managed to put a lid on that completely. There's fewer leaks out of the usual places where leaks come. You know, and personally, I think that's probably a more professional way to run a football club.
Yeah.
You know?
No, it's definitely the case that there are far fewer leaks coming out of West Ham these days.
I would say I've learned 3 things this evening. One of which I've forgotten the name of the Portuguese, or was it Colombian left back?
Pablo Almiro.
Okay, I've learned that. Yes. I've learned that and I've learned that Pinky claims to both own a bicycle and buy his own beer.
And you're not having either, presumably.
I suspect I will have to buy Pinky a pint if he's going to Kidderminster on Saturday. So
indeed, yes. I'll collect. I shall collect on Saturday.
Definitely.
I should add just to come to the to tie up that section about ITKs. I mean, it's obviously having run KUMB for how many years was it, Rio? Did we say
25?
25 years, apparently.
Another thing we've learned tonight.
Another thing we've learned. Summer 1997 first went online. Harry Redknapp was still in charge. Goodness gracious. I can tell you, having had insight into what works traffic-wise, is that if you're earning revenue from a website, shall we say, you can earn considerably more from running transfer stories, however spurious or ludicrous they might be, than running, I don't know, a 5,000 word. I mean, Pinky, you mentioned the articles we ran recently, those incredibly in-depth analytical pieces by Michael Hare, and of course the things that Jack and Callum have been doing, the KUMB podcast guys this month. They earn a fraction in terms of and in terms of how many page views you get. It's you can write a 200 word piece about a player nobody's ever heard of from Ecuador or somewhere equally off the beaten track as far as football is concerned, and people flock to it. So it's a huge industry. So you can see why people do get involved, because I'm not sure there must be some sort of human psychology behind that in terms of the chase or the thrill of it. But anyway, it's definitely, it is the case. So it's difficult. I mean, the point being, I guess if you want to be a serious website, you've got to be prepared to sort of lose out on that potential revenue or success in some way. So it's an interesting one, but still very, very, very something that people clearly enjoy and are doing very well out of in some circles. We are joined by, he's back for a second spell.
Yeah.
If you were here earlier, you would have seen our Chris, the elder statesman, I guess, which seems ludicrous compared to us lot, but the elder statesman, the KUMB podcast team, the manager of the KUMB youth team, as we're now.
Yeah,
we're now
the babysitter, I might say.
Good to see you, Chris. How you doing? Have you been spending the last 2 hours sort of hoping in vain, like the rest of us, that something might materialise at the 11th hour?
I went and played football on the off chance a scout was about and someone, Newcastle are desperate at the moment. I thought I could earn a lot of money if I have a good game. I didn't.
Hang on, I just read on the BBC site that Newcastle played Trialist A and Trialist B.
Yeah.
Chris,
in around the 23 match.
Have you been on a plane to Geordieland or so?
I feel like I could make a very bad joke about planes I wouldn't get on. I don't want to cause ire for Newcastle fans. I'm about as good as Sean Longstaff, though, I reckon. So it's either way you look at it.
I can't think of can't hear the name Longstaff without thinking of that Geordie fan doing that thing about Declan Rice, Declan Rice, baby. You know the one, you've all seen it, the City Billy. But Chris,
wasn't
great
he
show
Geordie?
earlier on. No, he was Chinese by. Great show earlier, Chris, with Jack and Callum. Give us. Let's use this opportunity to do a plug for the show. The KUMB podcast is back with a vengeance. It's absolutely fantastic. Tell everyone why they should be watching it.
Oh well, I mean, I'd love to say that I'm a major part and I'm such a big deal, but it's the two lads really. They are very, very intelligent. They are very considered. They take their time. They are, it's analytics, it's metrics, it's numbers, it's looking at players more than just a feeling. Jack is very, very good at taking down the kind of tactical things as well. It's almost frustrating that I'll do a match report for the site. I'll come back and Jack will go, actually, I've watched this, and this now 3 or 4 times, and this is why this happened. It was the Man United goal last week is the one where I'm really looking at the defending, and he was straight onto Lanzini's options with the pass. And once you get someone who talks you through that and shows you the pictures, you can see why. And it's the advantage maybe you have of a second watch rather than writing a match report on full time, where you generally most of my Pablo Fornals ratings are about a point or two more maybe than they should be, because I just love the little Spanish guy.
Well, first of all, I think you do yourself a disservice, because as someone who has to do a similar role with this motley crew here, it's not easy, trying to run the show and see what's going on around you at the same time, especially when you're doing live stuff. So you're doing a fantastic job. But tell everyone where they can find the podcast. It's not just on the KUMB website on YouTube, but there's other options you can. There's
through the KUMB website. There's through YouTube. There's Spotify, Apple Podcasts, basically anywhere that does podcasts. We seem to put it out there, which means I can now search my own name on Spotify, and I come up as a result because of the KUMB podcast, which is odd, but quite interesting. So yeah, we seem to have people listening to us from a few different areas as well, a few different ways. It was an interesting challenge doing it live today. A little bit too much. I had Sky Sports News on. I had I had Twitter. I had the transfer thread. I had the Guardian just in case of news. I was reading the YouTube comments. That's why I generally just went, boys, you talk, I'm gonna eyes.
Are you finding that you're learning a lot from the guys? Are they making you look at football in a completely different way?
I'd say yeah. I'd say that's definitely the one thing more than anything, rather than getting back into doing stuff like this, has been you do start to watch things in a different way. Jack I think has a real influence on the way I now view the game, because he more than ever, because if I don't watch it in a certain way, he is going to call me up on it. So I have to be there. But he also points out those tactical things. There's I know one of our listeners said that we've almost ruined watching Fabianski for him, because Jack's always talking about the way he bounces on his toes just before a shot. And now you watch things and I'm watching out for the way Fabianski's bouncing on his toes. And I still don't really know when it helps or when it doesn't. So I still don't know, but you start to see things ever so slightly differently. So yeah, I mean, I quite like still going in there kind of without the numbers and being more fresh to it and more opinion based, just to be, I don't know, the more normal football watcher, I guess. But it is quite enlightening to see these people who've gone back. And I mean, Jack's home and away every game, but he'll also go back the next day, and whether we've won, lost, drawn, he sits there and watches every minute of it again. Which, I mean, in darker years for us, that must have been that would have been a really hard. I mean, I couldn't watch the Avram Grant season twice. I mean, it was bad enough once.
No. Yeah. I used to watch all the games twice then, because I'd half expect we'd win. So I've seen us lose 3-0 away. I'd go home and actually watch the TV recording of it, and I'd believe we could win the game. So that's why you watch the game a second time, Chris. It's not painful at all. It's the hope. You've still got hope. Until you've seen it 2 or 3 times, you still think we can win this. Yeah.
We're still in this game.
That's why you do it.
You're saying you've watched Pablo Alnero 10 times then?
Yes. Yeah, it certainly took that one in.
I watched part of the earlier show, and Pablo Alnero could have been on it for all Jack and the other lad. I mean, I'm sorry, but one of you could have been Pablo Alnero. I've no different. But it's interesting the point you're making there about watching the game through a second or a third time and really looking at it in a hard analytical way, because the must miss Bobby Aranjaboom, who used to post regularly on KUMB, made that point about you can only take in it's something like 20% of what you've actually watched with any degree of accuracy. So you think about that in a 90-minute game that we all watch every single week, and we think, yeah, we've watched the game. I know where that game was won or lost and all the rest of it. We're kidding ourselves. all of us are kidding ourselves. We get opinions based upon falsehoods because you get a lot of confirmation bias, vis-a-vis me with Diop and the like. We actually sit down with someone who actually says, no, this is really what happened. Yeah. And you look at it and say, and of course, when it's pointed out to you, well, yeah, it's obvious. But that's not what's in the forefront of your mind at the time when you've seen the game in real time. So my challenge to Jack would be, come and stand next to me at an away game, and explain what's going on to me in real time. Okay.
I think
and in fact, if you could go and stand next to Pinky just in life and explain what's going on in real time, he'd be jolly grateful. Sorry, mate.
You analyse every step of your hotel stays.
You do tee them up sometimes, mate.
Rio, are you a fan of the analytical approach to football these days? The kind of thing espoused by our Jack and Callum and Chris?
I think they do it to such a high degree. It's very enlightening, very entertaining. As we've mentioned, there are times when I detest watching us once, let alone 2 or 3 times. And what they do is just absolutely unbelievable. I said on our little group chat that we have that they're like KUMB's answer to Rain Man. Sometimes it is quite frightening, the kind of depth they go into. But no, it's incredibly enlightening. And it's opened my head up to a few things. So highly entertaining, thoroughly recommended.
Yeah, there you go. We can't recommend it enough if you haven't seen the new. And the thing is that what I really like about it is that we've not had a KUMB podcast for about what is it known 5 years since Chris and James packed his bags for Hollywood now, and we sold Chris to West Ham for a nominal fee.
Do they still owe us for that?
Probably.
Yeah.
All
I'd imagine it's in instalments. I'd imagine
yes. We're still waiting for the last one. Yeah.
But the point is that it's we if we were going to bring the podcast back, it had to be something very special, because what Chris and James created back then, I mean, it's commonplace now. Everyone does the podcasts and the days with the players, the old players. People forget that those guys started that in 2012, 2013. They were the first ones to really do that, to get old players in on a regular basis. And of course, it's old hat now. Everyone's done it, but we wanted for years to bring the KUMB podcast back, but to do it, it had to be something of an extremely high quality. And we thought about a few things. I did a couple of things that didn't really work, and so that's why I think we're so pleased to get. And it's also a completely different approach, and it's not something that hasn't been done anywhere else. But I've certainly not seen anyone from a West Ham United perspective cover the games in the way that you and Jack and Callum do together. So we're very, very happy. We're glad to see you, glad to have you all on board, and long may it continue, basically, because you are the future. It's not us lot who've been around for 25 years. We've had our day on Sky and all that.
I was going to say, when you were talking about 1997, I think I was 8. But so, it's all right. Jack and Callum weren't born, I don't think. Oh, Cal might have been, actually. Jack's only 12, bless him. So it's been different. Yeah. I mean, what they do is, and I was big fans of them before when they were writing and stuff, and I can't do it. I'm there as the kind of, I'm the average man, I think, is what I'm trying to put myself forward as. And I think a lot of people will be upset if I'm the average man, but I'm trying to just be there to just kind of, what does that mean when they talk about metrics and stuff? I don't know. They'll say PPG, whatever, or XG, and I know what those ones are, but then they start going in depth, and it's kind of, you need someone to just go, boys, remember, this is normal people. This isn't an analytics community, and I'm there to kind of drag them back down to earth in that regard.
I have to say, we're talking about the youth and all that, because I sent a clip over to my beloved earlier on this evening, and she said, "Oh, you do have some young people then," because she's used to seeing like the likes of me, Graeme, Rio, and Pinky there every week. So we did notice how much like Chris Morris Jack looks. Or is that too old for you to go?
I'm going to have to Google that now. I know. Oh, as in
The day to day and all that.
Yes, I thought that's it. Yes. Oh, well, I know. I've watched the day to day and the other one that now has gone from Brass Eye. I've watched both of those, but I'd be surprised. They might, maybe Four Lions, the film he did. Not that he was in it, I don't think. And I think
he wasn't.
Half a series of the IT Crowd, I think he was in as well. There's a chance they'll have that, but they should. I mean, the day to day of Brass Eye get better as time goes by, as far as I'm concerned.
So,
well, there you go. If you haven't seen it, as Chris said, you can get it virtually everywhere now. The new KUMB podcast, but the easiest way to get it is go to the KUMB website. Look at the main menu along the top of the screen. There's a WHU/KUMB link. Drop down, open up the KUMB link underneath that, and you'll see the KUMB podcasting. Every single podcast the guys do, pretty much on a weekly basis now, isn't it, Chris? You're knocking these out. Yeah. So I think we've done 13 so far. We were up to number 13 for
Jack cracks the whip.
one, which was the ever-ending search for a striker, wasn't it? The most recent one. But there you go. If you haven't had a look, go and have a look, because it will enlighten you, especially if you're new to analytics. Give you a completely different understanding of the game, and it's great stuff. You wouldn't believe it, given that we're banging on about unrelated stuff, but Pinky, I think we're down to about the last 20 minutes of the January transfer window now, are we not?
There's still time.
There is still time.
Don't give up.
We can still pull that rabbit out of the hat.
Okay, I've seen us come back from 2-0 down in less time than left on this window, so if we can still do this. It's 22 minutes left. I mean, who knows what deals? The chairman, who we know, he was working tirelessly, and he works tirelessly every window.
Tirelessly.
Do you want a quick list of the deals that are sort of pending at the moment?
Go on then. Let's see if there's any.
Just because they've come up, and we may as well. Right. Aubameyang is having a medical at Barcelona before a free transfer. Everton are looking to buy Dele Alli in a deal that could be worth up to 40 million. Talks are still going. Yeah. Liverpool have agreed, as we said earlier on, that deal with Fulham to sign Carvalho, but that'll probably be with him turning up at Anfield next season, spending the rest of this season at Fulham. Newcastle have agreed a £13 million fee for Brighton defender Dan Burn. And Watford have asked about the possibility of signing Man United goalkeeper Dean Henderson on loan until the end of the season.
I thought that one was off. I read a little while ago that Man U were playing hardball over that one as well, having sort of denied.
That's just the list of pending. That was at 10:31.
Okay.
So I haven't had any further updates on that.
Say Aubameyang on a free transfer.
Yeah.
So a player who was the Arsenal captain 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
They, as a football club, are sanctioning a deal just to cut the wage bill, clearly, and get a bad influence away from
the figure that was being bandied around was that will save them 15 million quid.
I mean, this is we're now through the looking glass here. We're into the economics of the insane, because the Bank of England club, Arsenal, having to get rid of players just to save wages. Where is the game? And then so for people to refer to
no
David
European
Moyes,
football this season, was there?
Yeah, but for people to refer to David Moyes as Dithering Dave and all the rest of it, consider what Arsenal are doing there with a player who was their captain 6 weeks ago, and the decisions that these people now make. And when you sign a player, it's the fee, it's the agent slice, it's the wages, it's the whole kit and caboodle. And it's vast sums of money. And I think overall, I can live with this without signing a player this window, because that means we haven't signed the wrong player. Yeah. And I'd rather go again in the summer with double bubble and say we've got a better budget now. So I'd give Moyes a bit of credit, and I'll give it a little bit of stick to the board for not giving him the money this window. But the Aubameyang thing there, I mean, that's just absurd. That's absurd.
Yeah. Crazy.
Just as another bit of something amusing that happened, with 30 minutes of the window to go, Barcelona started tweeting. Barcelona are tweeting, and they basically just tweeted that they joined the sports world in recognising the historic record set by Rafa Nadal, the first men's tennis player to win 21 Grand Slams. Congratulations.
You're thinking like somebody at Barcelona's got a sense of humour, and I'll put something out now and just see what happens.
One more deal happening, not concerning West Ham directly, but kind of, because we were linked with him for it was almost a Good Johnson type deal in the offing for some several transfer windows. Islam Slimani, name linked with West Ham several times over the years. I think he ended up at Leicester, didn't he, for a year or so? He's leaving Lyon to return to Sporting on a free transfer. 33 years old now, often linked with West Ham, never quite materialised, and probably another one of those, Rio, that we did okay to miss because he didn't exactly, to resort to the old phrase, pull up any trees at the King Power Stadium, did he? Or nearly called it Filbert Street there.
Yeah, no, he started off, I think, okay, but quickly, he got found out pretty early on in his career in the Premier League, and yeah, we ain't going to miss players like that. And the fact that we haven't actually come in from again is a miracle, but yeah, rightly so.
15, 16, 17 minutes, Pinky. I mean, even you must be worrying now that we're not going to get one across the line.
No. Keep believing all the way through. There's more than a quarter of an hour. I mean, you think of things you can do in 15 minutes.
Wow.
There's a whole lot of things you can do in 15 minutes, and it might only be one or two, but I think we'll get one or two in by then.
Well, you never know. Stranger things have happened.
We live in a world. We live in a time when Frank Lampard has got the Everton manager's job.
Yeah, well,
and again, we are through the looking glass. A manager who was he was fired from his last job because, frankly, he couldn't organise the defence, gets the job as the manager of a club in the bottom six who have never been relegated, but for whom it would be completely and utterly disastrous were they to do so this time around. Who made that decision? Nothing against Frank, by the way. I'm sure he may one day turn out to be a terrific manager. But on the evidence of what people can see, his track record and his capabilities, Tuchel took what he left behind and won the Champions League.
Yeah.
Lampard ends up as the Everton manager. And so through all this, I wouldn't be surprised if we open the paper in the morning, it says Mbappe didn't go to Real Madrid, Sully actually nicked him tonight. It could happen.
Everton, Chris, talk to me about Dele Alli. I forgot his name there. It's getting late. We've seen figures of £40 million bandied about. What's going on there?
It sounds like one of the most bizarre. It sounds like it's 10 million once he's played 20 games or something like that. Yeah. So it starts off at 3. What it looks like to me is 2 vanity signings. Really, I don't really see a team that both of them fit into. And if they want to try and play Alan, Van der Beek, and Ali in a midfield 3 in the Premier League with a defence that can't defend and are struggling anyway, it looks like and that's a risky strategy. I know people say it's goals that keep you up, and they've done articles, but it doesn't work if you can't defend at all. Yeah, you can't just flog players out. I mean, Frank's done okay at both of the jobs he's had, but I'd be worried by a club where it looks like they've taken him on as manager because of angry fans before the appointment. I don't think you make decisions. I mean, you don't want to annoy your own fans, but I don't think you make decisions based on angry Scousers writing on walls, because they'll do it anyway. I mean, it's they're players they brought in. They've signed possibly quality players who haven't shown it for quite a while, but then neither of the two am I jealous of, and we've signed no one, so they to not be jealous of them.
Yeah,
says something.
Says it all. Yeah, says it all. No, Newcastle signed a lot of players, but they don't seem to have added an awful lot of firepower. Have they done enough to stave off relegation this season?
Probably, and it may not be down to what they've bought. It may be another one of these ones that the teams staying up are going to stay up by simply not being quite as bad as anyone else. Now, Watford are the latest one to be sort of. I mean, they've signed a lot of people this so far this window, haven't they? Watford,
yeah, mostly as manager, I think.
Yeah, but Watford are going for a rotten run. With St Maxima in the team, he's always going to be sort of a catalyst for whatever they do. But their main problem was in defence, and I'm sure Chris and the analytical guys would have something to say about it's their defence that's really causing them the issue.
But was it though? Because they're not scoring goals, are they? And you know, that seemed to me to be the real issue. Anyway,
I mean, I'm just thinking about the game we had against them.
Yeah,
and it was just basically the whoever could put the ball in more up the other end was going to win, because you certainly wouldn't want to rely on either of those defences on that day.
No, that's true.
And I think if they can tighten up, they'll win enough 1-0 or 2-1.
All right.
To get through, they'll probably scrape through, because I mean, whatever you think about the fact they've got new owners, that there's such a boost to everybody from the fact that whoever their owners are, they could be, we all know the human rights angle to it, but they're not Ashley, and. The latest, there's just been a slight update on that, where Fulham have agreed a deal.
That's you, Gnome, feeding back.
Yeah,
from somewhere.
I'm hearing myself here. Where's that coming from?
Must be
That's not me.
painful.
I'm turned
Must be
down.
painful.
But yeah, no. So I think they'll probably have enough to stay up, because I think that their signings. I mean, Watford have signed 4 or 5, and you know, you look at those and you're thinking, well, who are they? Whereas, whereas the guys that Newcastle have signed, okay, they paid probably over the odds for the Burnley striker Woods there, but you know, he's probably the sort of player who will, bundle in a few for them. And I think they're probably done enough. The class of signings they got is better than Watford's.
Okay, all right. Rio, Chris Wood, Gnome just touched on him there. Left Burnley, of course, bit of a strange move, you might say, but also, you know, very clever from Newcastle's perspective, I suppose, weakening your relegation rivals. But of course, Burnley have done a bit of business themselves. They brought in, and I do apologise if I pronounce this wrong, but is it Weghorst who's come in from the Bundesliga? I think was it, or was it the Eredivisie? I'm not sure which one. Chris, you'll know this. You're the man with your pulse on the post. But the point being that Wood went for 25 million, didn't he? And they paid 12 million for Weghorst.
Yeah.
Chris, am I right? Is it the Bundesliga he came from? Wolfsburg, yeah.
Wolfsburg. He was in Germany, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Rio, good deal for Burnley. Is that going to keep them up, or you know, on the face of it, it looks like they haven't done a bad deal. An aging Chris Wood out, paid half the fee and bought someone of a very similar sort of stature, and you know, I'm sure the analytical guy, I'm sure Jack and Callum would point this out, but he seems to be technically the same sort of player that they've just sold, and yet they've only paid half the fee.
Yeah, in theory, yes, but every time I've seen Weghorst, I've never come away thinking, God, I wish we had him. He just doesn't look the caliber. He doesn't even look the caliber of Chris Wood.
Yeah.
Now, at least Chris Wood, I can understand us signing him. With Weghorst, every time I've seen him, I've just left so unimpressed. It's unreal. In that respect, he's a perfect fit for Burnley, because everything about that club doesn't impress me at all. So I think he's going to fit in like an absolute glove, because he's just a nondescript club, and he's a nondescript player joining it.
Are they going to go down this year?
I still think Sean Dykes will be able to pull a bit of a rabbit out of the hat and keep them up, but it will be just down to sheer man management and willpower through Dykes rather than, and also the clubs around him being kind of inept. I mean, Hodgson's gone to Watford, but he's got to transform a team that's leaking goals galore and resort to his usual type of keeping it tight at the back. that's a massive kind of transformation you've got to go through overnight, really.
Yeah. Okay. Hobo, friend of the show, says Everton getting relegated would be disastrous, where the spelling is hilarious. Sorry, Gnome, you got your finger up there. You
just a couple of done deals going through. Nothing to do with us, obviously, but
some news anyway.
Yeah, Newcastle have that's confirmed. Newcastle signing Dan Burn from Brighton for 13 million.
Okay.
So that's another one in. The other slightly another one. Bournemouth have been a bit busy. Yes. They've signed Todd Cantwell from Norwich on loan.
Have they?
Yeah. Now, last time, Cantwell was kind of being touted as the, best new thing sort of at Norwich.
Yeah. Well, we were linked with him, weren't we?
A while back.
For a while, yeah.
And I've noticed he's not been getting game time at Carrow Road, and he's down at Dean Court. So I mean, they got Phillips, who we were in for allegedly being linked with the Liverpool Nat Phillips.
Yeah.
That he's come in. Kiefer Moore from Cardiff, and Freddie Woodman, I think he's a keeper, isn't he? All joined earlier today. So they're all a bit busy down there on the south coast.
Doing some good business down there. As the transfer window closes, 7 minutes to go. Any more known for us? Any more?
No, that's pretty much. I did see all sorts of strange things sort of come up on the screen there, but I pressed the wrong button and I was getting the Scottish transfer window. So somebody whose name I've already forgotten is signing for St Mirren on loan from Hibernian. But
big signing of the day, that one.
It'd have been all over that.
Yeah. But,
so look, talking about Scotland, I mean, there is one signing that again there was sort of slight rumoured West Ham interest. Aaron Ramsey, ping.
Yeah, that's a done deal now. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier on.
That's done, and they've already turned the lights out at Ibrox in an attempt to save money to pay his wages. He's got a room of 200 grand a week, which Rangers can't afford. They haven't got that money, so this will be. Juventus trying to get him out the door, and Rangers will be putting, 30, 40 grand a week towards his wages. For Ramsey, it's all about the World Cup, isn't it? He just wants to stay fit ahead of the World Cup. But you have to say, how far has that player fallen? I mean, you're not starting at a great place if you're at Arsenal. Then you go to Juventus, and then you end up in Rangers. It's not looking good for him in that regard. Meanwhile, we have got 6 minutes left. Mr. Sullivan, pull your finger out.
Here it comes.
Yeah? Pull your finger out. Do not let us down. Yeah.
6 minutes.
Who's the reporter outside the London Stadium today? Do we know for Sky?
No idea. Did they even bother sending one today? I'm not sure.
No, they made a big thing about going carbon neutral, not sending anybody anywhere.
Okay, well, that's a grand excuse, isn't it?
And I think that's scouting just summed up as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not bother sending anyone looking at your players because we don't really need them, and it's not good for the environment sending players over like scouts abroad, is it? So,
in terms of who this has been a good window for,
yes,
I think Burnley. I think they've shifted a player that's clearly wanted to go. Yeah, they've got one in for half the price who would get them out of the Championship if they fall into the Championship, but I don't think they will. Watford have signed more legs in 4 or 5 positions. I don't think they're going down either. Yeah, which then just opens the door. Then you're saying, well,
you're not going to suggest Everton.
I think Frank Lampard will go down in history as being the first manager to take Everton into the second tier of English football. I'll stick my neck out and say they're gone. There you go.
Wow. That's a big call. Big call.
That's possibly the biggest news of transfer deadline day.
I am absolutely shocked at both his appointment as manager, and the players. Van der Beek, neat and tidy player at Ajax when he was there. Is he going to fight like hell to stay in the Premier League, an on loan footballer?
Yeah.
Dele Alli. The fire's gone out of his belly. Yeah, is he going to fight like hell to stay in the Premier League for Everton Football Club? And frankly, Frank Lampard lives in Chelsea. We're not being funny. Who's he kidding? He doesn't live on Merseyside. He's going to commute to Merseyside as a hotel-based manager. And I think Everton have put themselves even deeper in the mire with a poor window and a poor managerial appointment. So yeah, I think Burnley and Watford have had, and Newcastle, decent windows.
Yeah.
Norwich and Everton, I don't think have had good windows at all.
So you've got Norwich, Everton, and was your three?
Brentford would be the other one for me to go. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's very tight. I mean, it's very interesting that you mentioned Everton. I didn't realise they were quite. Of course, they've got a game or two in hand on their relegation rivals, but they're very, very close. I mean, they're only 4 points ahead of Newcastle, and I guess we're sort of expecting Newcastle to pick up points, and it's very tight down there. Chris, who are your three for relegation this year?
I'm not sure on Watford. The problem with Watford is they always have a squad full of players who you can never remember who they are, and by the next season you can't remember any of them. It's one of those you wouldn't want to do one of those quizzes where you had to name Watford's Premier League players. You'd think I can get maybe Cleverly played there for a bit, and they always have just an accumulation, an assortment of players who I don't think ever care really that much. I don't think they ever really respect you. Kind of want some core players. They don't have to be English, but they have to be kind of Premier League ready or at the club long enough. I mean, Deeney was probably more value to them for who he was than the player he was, kind of as time went on. I think also they were. I mean, Hodgson will get a tune out of them comparatively, but they were horrible against us. And Norwich, I also think were just. I like Norwich. They're kind of. They're not too far for me. Norwich to Cambridgeshire. It's quite. I've played there. It's a lovely place, but they just don't. They don't have the quality really. I don't really want to say the current bottom three, but. And you do. There is that feeling with Burnley that they'll just kind of get out of it because Burnley just do. But I think it might be their year this time. I think they've always been kind of comfortable knowing they're in a table that kind of starts at 10th and goes down to 10th in the Championship. It's rather than anything else. And I'd love it to be Newcastle. I'd love it to be Everton. And in an ideal window, it's Leeds, Everton, Newcastle. But I think it's going to be Burnley. Watford, Norwich instead.
Imagine that. Leeds, Everton, Newcastle for the drop. Rio, what about yourself? As we enter the final minute of the transfer window, still waiting for that West Ham news.
Come on, Sonny, come on!
Get your finger out, son. Rio, you've got about 25 seconds. You're three to go.
Yeah, I completely agree with Chris. I'd love it to be Everton, Leeds and Newcastle. It's going to be the current bottom three. I just don't think the quality's there. And they've got games in hand, a couple of them, but time's running out.
Okay. No, 25 seconds to go. Fill that gap for me.
Well, call it a my clock. It's already gone. But Watford and Norwich, I think, will go down. Burnley have 1,000,001 games in hand because they bother playing any, so that might sort of save them. But I think I'll go for them still because. Points on the board. They've bought one striker for half the price, but is he gonna sort of do anything? No, I think I'll go for the bottom three as they stand, as they sit.
Okay, good stuff. That is it. The transfer window has closed, and it's quite a historical occasion for West Ham because it's been some considerable time since this has happened. There it is. No holding up the confirmation from the BBC website. West Ham have gone an entire transfer window without signing a single first team player. We're going to cut it short pretty much there. Just have a quick look at the KUMB forum, see how many people we've got online over there at the moment. We've got around only four.
One of SH has said goodbye yet.
Yeah. 450 people online. There was sort of 800-900 online on the forum. Quick summary. We're going to call it a day there. Chris, I'll come to you first. Not really much to talk about, but how do you summarise the last 31 days?
It's what the transfer window is. I suppose it's a big blather and a lot of promise that maybe kind of doesn't really deliver, and it certainly hasn't for us. I feel quite let down in many ways, but I trust. I kind of like that. I feel that I trust David Moyes has turned down the nonsense that other managers haven't been able to turn down in the past.
Yeah,
and it's not a great thing to have to be making that step, because you should never have been there in the first place. And it's quite a good step for us to be making, not to be at the behest of, Silkman and the lads on Sullivan's, contact list.
Okay. Chris, thank you for your company, not just this section of tonight, but also for taking the first hour of this evening's KUMB TV special deadline day coverage. Pinky, what's your take from the transfer window?
I'd rather spend no money than bring in the wrong player and waste the limited funds we have. So no real criticism of David Moyes. He'll know who he wanted. We couldn't quite get them. I'd say measured criticism of the board, because they've priced their shares in the club so high to the new investor. That clearly means there's less money available for transfers. So they cannot deny they're culpable to some extent. But overall, I'd rather keep the money in the bank than buy the wrong player, because once you've spent the money, that's it gone. And at least this way we go again in the summer. It's disappointing because we're fifth and we all get the feeling just a bit more and we could do it. We could do it. Well, actually, in the cold light of day, would you or I or anyone else on this broadcast, if we had 100 million in the bank, would we invest it in the hope that we'd get into that top four?
Yeah.
And the chances are we might go, no, I'll just back off for now, because it's not a certainty. Okay. And so I'm disappointed that we've not brought in the bodies, but I'd rather no bodies than wrong bodies. And it's that simple for me.
All right. Okay. Thank you. No, your final thoughts? I'll be back in a tick. Keep talking.
Yeah, you can tell that this is the older program, because unlike the earlier one, people have to wander off due to geriatric incontinence. Yeah, I mean, disappointed, but not entirely unexpected, I think, is how I'd sum that up. All the players that we were linked with and supposed to have been putting bids in for and all that, you never sort of quite felt that any of them were likely to happen. It entertained and really, really informative and brilliant as that 31-day analytical piece was going through. You just thought, yeah, okay, these are all gettable, but will we get them? And and I never quite got that impression that we were going to do much in the way of business. And sadly been proved right. But just seeing if there's any more, because you get these late things just after the 11th thing. But
in Arsenal time, the Arsenal window shuts at 2:15.
Because their fax machine clock was wrong or something. But right, just seeing if there's any more late ones to go that's screaming through. Nothing. No late announcements anyway, but they've just got the Aubameyang, Ali, Carvalho, Henderson are all in the quote unknown category. That's the BBC thing. And to be honest, I couldn't care less about any of them. So
no.
To be fair, to go back to the ITK question you asked, Graeme, earlier.
Yes.
I could live without the ITKs. What I would like to see introduced in the Premier League is the publication of every player's contract, every transfer fee, and every penny paid to an agent. So, and have it all, because I think they've got to register all of this now with the Premier League and the football authorities.
Yeah.
I would like to see all of it put in the public domain in much the same way I think they do this in American sports. So fans and other owners and people with vested interest can see where the money goes. Yeah. And I'd much rather we had that kind of system that was in the public domain than what I call, us all gossiping about who could go here and could go there, because there's an awful lot of money seems to disappear out of football that would benefit a lot of people in football if it was staying in the game.
Yeah.
And I think it's in football's interest to try and actually tidy up its own act. Because I think, we discussed earlier, Aubameyang, 6 weeks from being Arsenal's captain, he's being booted out to cut wages. I'm just astonished.
Yeah, that's a strange one, isn't it? Very unique situation.
Yeah.
Very, very odd. Very, very odd.
And there's something gone on there that is way beyond the pale where, who sanctioned that deal, for him to get out? Because that is backing your manager in one degree, because one thing's for certain, Arteta ain't getting another striker anytime soon. Because Arsenal aren't going to give him one. They'll say, well, you want rid of Aubameyang, we'll accommodate that. We'll save the wages. But you're going with what you've got between now and the end of the season, and maybe a good deal longer than that. But I'd like to see it all published, all put in the public domain, and just say, well, which agent is taking what slice of which pie? I'm thinking the Paul Pogba deal.
Yeah.
When he went to Man United. Yeah. That kind of thing, I think, would be perhaps even more of a show than discussing potential transfers. Let's put it that way.
No, it's a good idea, I think, and it would also possibly put paid to this, something that West Ham have been accused of frequently over the years, is of using favoured agents. And you can obviously see to what degree that's actually happening. So, yeah, why not? Why not indeed? Greater transparency in football all round can't be a bad thing, can it?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, did Arsenal buy anyone in this window? Just out of interest.
No, I think they're in the category of nobody in.
They've got less players than when they cancelled games because they didn't have enough players.
Says it all, doesn't it? Rio, final word on this non-event of a transfer window, which we've somehow been banging on about for 4 hours.
Arsenal signed a player.
Oh, they have?
Austin Trusty, who's a defender from the Colorado Rapids.
Oh. There you go. Any fee involved? Is the fee mentioned?
If the fee is undisclosed.
Of course.
Okay. Of course. Just
See,
imagine.
that's another thing, isn't it? You're talking about transparency. You never saw that 30 years ago, did you? And now almost every transfer fee is officially undisclosed. West Ham, we see it all the time. You rarely get to see a fee unless it's the other club, the selling club, who are making that figure public. But yeah, I'm all for that. Definitely, good shout, Rio.
Yeah, it's just a sense of disappointment and frustration. We're still fighting for glory on 3 fronts. There's clearly areas of our squad that need augmenting. But once you cut through the white noise of social media, you look at the skewed nature of this window, what with Newcastle screwing things up. There's a lot of clubs that need players in certain areas, and they haven't got them.
Yep.
There's numerous clubs that need a striker. City still do. Arsenal still do. Various other clubs still do. So there's an inevitability about it, really. But just a bit of an anticlimax. I think it's the best way to sum it up.
Okay, there you go. And sum it up, we will. That's it from us tonight. Somehow we have managed to go on considerably longer than we initially planned, but here we are anyway.
We managed to spend hours talking about absolutely nothing in the end.
Can you imagine what it would be like if we actually had a decent transfer window where we had signings to talk about? We'd be here for weeks, wouldn't we? It'd be dreadful. My thanks to the rest of the team, like to Rio, to Gnome, to Chris for 2 sessions, to Pinky, and also, of course, earlier to Jack and Callum for coming on and talking from an analytical perspective, looking at the transfer window. Of course, to Callum and Jack as well for the 31 pieces they put out this month. One article per day in what's been a mammoth operation of players that West Ham would have done well to take a closer look at and sign. And in the end, we didn't take any of them. But it stands as a good piece or a good series for the future. If we're looking at them, we can certainly refer to them in future months or years to come. That is about it from us here on the KUMB TV live team tonight. We're all off to the KUMB forum to piss and moan about the lack of movement in the transfer window, like everyone else. It's going to be a joy to read over there tonight. Football is back soon. We're returning. West Ham United travelled to Kidderminster. Oh, let's do it quickly. Estimated scores for this weekend. Let's have your predictions. No?
3-1 to us.
3-1 to West Ham. Chris?
Oh, I don't want to do 1-0. We'll scrape it. That's about as positive as I could ever be.
Okay. Pinky?
5-0 and us lot lording it over the Kidderminster mob who were trying to pretend they were massive. I'm not having all this plucky little club and all the rest of blah, blah, blah. I hope we stuff them. I hope we play them off the park. I hope it's 5-0 and each one is an absolute screamer from 30 yards. Yeah, no fairy tales. Put them to the sword.
Rio?
2-0 victory for us.
2-0 victory. 4 wins. I'm going to go for a West Ham win as well, of course. So that inevitably points to a humiliating West Ham FA Cup defeat then, as we've all gone for a Hammers win. We won't be back with an Eyes Up Mother Brown this weekend, unfortunately, but probably be back in midweek for the Watford game at the London Olympic Stadium, assuming there's one or two others about with me. But anyway, thank you to everybody. Thank you to all of you for your comments on the live stream throughout the night. Thoroughly enjoyed reading them as always. Thank you for your company. Thank you for your support. As I said, we're all off to the KUMB forum for a good old moan about the fact that West Ham signed absolutely nobody in this transfer window, something that we haven't done for some considerable time. But there you go. That's what it is. Until next time, come on, you irons.
No.